Okay, it's Sunday today. I'm just heading out for a walk now. I just spent some time listening to the recording I made the other day, the 2-hour one, walking around central London, and was kind of surprised at how well the soundscape was recorded. So I think it's an interesting practice for podcast or self-writing. I don't know what to say, because I don't really have anything planned. You just kind of see what happens. Just be really self-conscious about the state I'm in. Feel okay now. Still that kind of mindless clear state, which I think is not particularly useful for speaking or for writing. It's not what I would choose if I had a say in it. And unfortunately, I haven't really been able to advocate for myself as I have in the past, or basically complain. A lot of the states I've been in over the past year and a half, I've been able to negotiate, which I think is the way it should be, given people, I think they often know best as to what works for them. Which is fairly interesting, thinking about consent to treatment and I guess traditional psychiatry. In Canada, there's differing rules across different provinces. In British Columbia, where I live and have been treated, there's mandatory acquiescence to whatever the doctor prescribes. You don't have a say as to whether or not you can take the drugs provided, whereas in other provinces, such as Ontario, you can deny treatment. I think you can still be detained in a hospital, but you can at least say, I don't consent to that treatment. I think one of the interesting changes or advents to history is what I presume is this method of teleportation of molecules into the bloodstream, where there is no consent law, similar to how it functions in BC. I think, as far as human rights go, I think it would be beneficial for there to be a more voluntary system of treatment, if that's what they feel they're doing to people. Incepted with the word pseudoscience. I feel like a lot of psychiatry does function in that sort of mode of pseudoscience, in a sense that a lot of the ailments are defined vaguely, and placing people into categories often seems arbitrary. Then saying that the medications actually work or they're improving people's lives is often subjective. So it doesn't really rely on scientific method to justify A, the treatment option in the first place, and B, whether or not they should be continued once they've been introduced. I think ideally I'd like to be off of all medication. Historically, I experienced some anxiety due to the external world mainly. I think I have a better understanding of what's going on and how to cope with the external environment. So I'd like to try that. Barring that, I think that a combination of paliperidone and Abilify has worked for me historically. It's funny because I've never really been prescribed that by actual psychiatrists in the real world, from face-to-face contact or anything like that. I think if I were to be prescribed it, the minimum doses would be far too high, and it wouldn't be a useful experience. I think back to the voluntary treatment option, agreeing upon dosages that are potentially beneficial or more beneficial could be a better fit for human rights and people's perceptions of their own quality of life. I think that just the main problem with high doses of medication, which seem to be the main I have to pause this. Okay, I'm not going to speak, but the soundscape's interesting. I guess we can try and speak a very subtle change that I'm attributing to risperidone. It's basically, it's hard to differentiate it from the underlying dose of paliperidone. Basically just feel blank and unable to speak. Feel like you can be jammed in real time by simply moving that by less than a milligram if you're found close to
or like
a sort of threshold dose. So yeah, I guess the traditional lowest dose prescribed by psychiatrists of paliperidone is above that threshold dose, where I'm unable to be myself, and it fundamentally alters myself to a point that there's a loss of self and certainly a reduction in intelligence and ability to function appropriately. Which is, yeah, I don't know if I said it yesterday or not, but mimics negative symptoms that are often used as a rubric to define symptoms of schizophrenia. So it's kind of a cruel trick that the treatment actually makes the symptoms worse, and can be used to justify increase of the medication, which only makes the symptoms worse. I think it's silly, and the prescription of those doses of medication are often stupid. I guess the justification for the treatment in the first place is the main issue. I guess it's often allegations of psychosis, and just defining that. I think I spoke about that the other day. It can be pretty troublesome, I think, at least problematic. Like, it's I think it's poorly defined and easy to categorize how most people into those states. Any state of unknowing becomes medicalized, and pretty much anybody can be targeted based on simply questioning whether or not something is true, being in a state of in-betweenness, unsurety, and yeah, so maybe it prizes certainty as a truth, but I guess the flip side of that is certainty in something that is untrue might be considered a delusion. So I guess that's the fine line. I think it's kind of a cruel trick in that it's impossible to know everything or be certain about everything. So having uncertainty in the world, whether or not something is actually happening, is part of human life. And then we consider having uncertainty a symptom of psychosis, then everybody's in psychosis. So if that really is the definition fair enough. And it comes down to, are you really willing to administer antipsychotics to everybody in society? Is that a just world? Is that necessary? I'd argue definitely not. I think that teaching people to deal with uncertainty in rational ways and living in a world of critical thinking is probably a better way of going about it than destroying the ability to think and creating docile subjects that are unthinking and unable to reflect or think about the scenarios they find themselves in. I kind of spoke about the subject yesterday, so on my research, the elements psychosis were uncertainty about certain aspects of reality, and delusions and hallucinations were the other two listed. I guess you kind of mentioned delusions in the certainty discussion, thinking about certainty and something that's unreal or untrue. I guess can discuss about the democracy, the hegemony of public opinion in relation to consensus reality. Yeah, the inception is Santa Claus real? I comes down to, I think it's kind of code for is God real in a sense, like sanctioned delusions. Some majority believes something unreal or is oblivious to reality. Should it still be classified a delusion? Then I think hallucinations are relatively rare. I don't know of anyone really that's probably hallucinated. I'm thinking of like one instance in a psych ward I spent nearly a year of one person saying they saw scorpions on the floor. I don't know if that's an element of some AR system or he's actually just imagining that. Maybe you've seen some fourth-dimensional animal. Say that as a joke, but that's interesting. Trying to parse out what is truly hallucination versus what might be some sort of technologically induced addition to the sensory environment. I guess just heard, do you think it's true as an section? And reminded me of being asked yes or no questions, and in the first, and being unable to respond properly in language, and resorting to answering with the yes or no, with the index finger being yes, and then the middle finger being no. Then it evolves into a sort of Likert scale with touching two fingers being maybe, and two fingers then yes being probably. So it's interesting thinking about probable and thinking about fixity in belief in relation to certainty and what it means to have suspicion of a possibility versus wholeheartedly accepting something. I guess depends Uh, I know I said it depends, but there's these sections.
Are they the chosen ones? Well, yes and no. Yes, a Jew means a believer. And no, the Messiah has already come. The Savior of the world has already come. Free in the heart from man. Your life before he changes the world. He cannot change the world inside the panda, the dolphin, and you from a silly world. But he doesn't change your heart. God doesn't change your heart.
Change your heart, change the world, says the street side preacher with the megaphone. Yeah, so thinking about biometric signatures or biometric markers in relation to drug states, you can think about heart rate as one. Thinking about certain medication and a rise of heart rate. I've experienced a high heart rate for most of the last few years. I think it's probably unhealthy and could lead to heart problems in the future, just based on the fact that it has to work harder. I don't really know much about heart health, so maybe it's not that bad for you, or maybe there's more nuance to it than that, but you can think about beta blockers as a medication that works to decrease heart rate or regulate heart rate in space. You can think about recording of such dramatic changes of heart rate with smartwatches or things like that. I suppose traditionally, heart being an indicator of response, or the rate of heart being an indicator of response to the environment is pretty interesting. Thinking about response to just the external world or impulse, or even the interior world, your own thoughts, is interesting, or composition of bloodstream and side effects of certain medication. Yeah, I was thinking about bio data and privacy and that sort of thing, and the advent of recording heart rate. Thought about kind of polygraph tests and that sort of thing. I don't know if it's doxing or not, but like, I guess it's just a memory more than anything, but a doctor that would interview me would wear a watch that was monitoring his heart rate, and I remember thinking about that. Found it fairly interesting. That sort of, in an interview situation, having heart rate monitored. Think about data security, etc. I don't know if the use of beta blockers is widespread. I have a hunch that I've been delivered them just based on dramatic changes or reductions in heart rate. I think propranolol is a popular one. I haven't done very much research on popular beta blockers, but I think it's a fairly interesting field of research. It's kind of amazing that simply blocking a couple receptor sites pretty much completely can have that kind of effect in a reduction of heart rate. Think about possible unknown side effects from blocking those receptor sites aside from reduction of heart rate. I'm not sure what those are, if there are any, but then yeah, well, I guess the utopian, optimistic outlook is maybe it's a life longevity tool to be able to reduce heart rate or regulate heart rate into a constant state or a lower constant state. I guess popular use of the drug in propranolol culture is to reduce performance anxiety. So you could think about the psychological or effects on psyche of the drug aside from the effects to the body proper, or simply the body, or exclusively the body versus psyche or the mind. Think about popular administered medication in the world, and that their health effects. Antipsychotics are some of the most popularly administered drugs in psychiatry, and they've been associated with a lot of detrimental health effects, including obesity, and there's arguments that there's changes to brain matter, often in resulting in a reduction of brain matter over time. The counter-argument is that that's from natural reduction based on the person's underlying mental illness, but I think that's an interesting field of research that could be probably solved. I'm not sure why there would be a reduction in gray matter because of psychosis. I think that the conventional argument is there's swelling or something. I don't see how that would necessarily reduce gray matter as inflammation. I think antipsychotics likely reduce brain size in a lot of people and quell new linkages at synapses, which might reduce gray matter over time. It's kind of a working hypothesis. Yeah, just the inactivity of brain states could lead to death or cell death or something like that. Maybe cell death isn't, I can't define that, I don't know enough about neuroanatomy, but reduction in functional matter in the brain. Brains lose gray matter over time, regardless of what medication you're on, and whether or not you have a serious mental illness. It's just the rate of change that is interesting. So it's a matter of finding what the mechanism of that reduction is, and so I guess weighing the risks. I guess events in modern psychiatry, cocktails, are interesting, especially in relation to one of the common side effects of antipsychotic medication, which is weight gain. I've noticed it in my own body where previously I gained dozens of pounds on moderate doses of antipsychotics in the span of months. It's okay. More recently, I haven't noticed the same amount of weight gain on the same medication. So what might be the cause of that? Working hypothesis is the introduction of other medications alongside of it, namely MDMA and psilocybin, which function as indirect dopamine agonists. That's my work hypothesis anyway, by increasing the amount of competition at D2, offsetting some of the metabolic side effects that are caused by the blockade of the D2 receptor sites. Yeah, I guess I got incepted with another interesting weight loss strategy, which is the use of certain anti-cannabinoids at the cannabinoid receptor sites. They're used like that in traditional medicine as a weight loss drug. I'm not sure what other side effects there are of trying to regulate endocannabinoid system with one molecule. Could be useful for people experiencing obesity, and there's a lot of other health effects that might happen, such as heart disease and stuff, just based on obesity levels.
We're clearing our stock and we're clearing our stock and we're clearing it at wholesale prices directly to the public. That's right, it's wholesale prices directly to the public.
I think people can learn to tolerate psilocybin pretty easily as an antidepressant. I think that if people can get used to SSRIs, then they can easily get used to psilocybin. Maybe that's untrue. I don't know. Maybe that's just personal bias. But it seems like at low to moderate doses, it's generally uplifting, a slight stimulant effect. When I speak about it, I'm pretty much always talking about use of it in conjunction with haloperidone. I haven't done that much microdosing of it on its own for long periods of time, so maybe it's probably more dangerous. Even like half a milligram or 1 milligram of polypherodone, I think it'd be effective in just smoothing the state and reducing the likelihood of psychosis or laughter or anxiety. Sorry. Depends what you define as psychosis, but I think using antipsychotics at half of the lowest prescribed dose is useful for stopping racing thoughts or mania. I think a lot of the time people conflate hyperactivity with psychosis, and just have bias in the quality of thought. I don't think I'm hyperactive. As a child, I was hyperactive. I'm usually pretty mellow. I don't think I need any medication, period, but if I were to be on antipsychotics, I'd probably choose to have some other agonism at NMDA or 5-HT to offset some of the depressing sedative effects. I think alcohol and antipsychotics is I don't know where every antipsychotic is metabolized. That was a concern I had, but probably Paradone before I realized it was mostly renally processed. I guess. No, thank you. Yeah, I think that this medicinal alcohol, it can be useful for mental health and for offsetting some of the side effects associated with antipsychotic use. Depression, B, tremor, as indirect dopamine mechanism to offset essential tremor. C for akathisia and leg pain. It's effective treatment for that, and I guess it probably depends on the person, but for me it was like a liter of beer at 5% alcohol is effective to reduce leg pain from the low diet. I don't know of any other drugs that would work. Hypothetically, opiates might work. Actually, I don't know why alcohol would work as opposed to drugs. Maybe I should say that.
If you make a conclusion about the bigger reality,
I am not here for you. Why you wasting my time? Why you wasting my time? I don't have energy for you. I don't have energy for you. I don't have this energy for you.
Congregation of creatures in Hyde Park. It's pretty cool. It's interesting that they kind of congregate close together. Kind of I think that's a good idea. People can move between speakers, kind of a convention of sorts. Looks impromptu. Maybe it happens every Sunday, I'm not sure. But I guess I could spend time listening, but I'm gonna wander through the park instead. Found the soundscape fairly interesting. Some music and I guess it's just voices, and you can hear a siren in the background. You can hear the rustling of trees, or leaves on trees, I suppose. You can see a bunch of seagulls. You see a large aircraft plane. There's two police cars adjacent to the congregation of, I don't know, maybe 100 people or so, around maybe 5 or 10 people, I don't know if preaching's the right word or not, but speaking in front of groups. I'm not sure if alcohol is a good treatment for akathisia. It's probably not the best one. I think the best one is reduction of medication. Well, that might not be totally true. Sometimes that's the cause of it. Yeah, I'm not sure what the best treatment is for akathisia. I guess it's just finding the appropriate amount. And I've experienced akathisia on Abilify from overdose of medication and from reductions of dopamine agonists, rapid reductions. So I guess the reasoning is appropriate dosage, so you're not overdosed and experiencing akathisia. Then if you are to reduce the dose, doing that at a safe interval to avoid that side effect. I think there's probably a spectrum of intensity of akastasia too. To say that you experience it is one thing, but I'm sure some people have had super unbearable symptoms. Sometimes I felt like restlessness and felt like I could sit through it. There's sometimes where I felt like it was mandatory for me to move and pace. By mandatory, I mean like unbearable just to sit and move my legs. Yeah, I guess another treatment for leg pain is elevation of legs. It doesn't necessarily totally alleviate the pain, but I think it does reduce some of the pain. I heard a question that asked if I had leg pain, and like as I'm walking, it's kind of difficult to tell. So I stopped briefly to see if my legs were hurting, and I wouldn't say they're hurting, but it's a matter of degree, I guess. Again, I would usually try and put it on a scale of 1 to 5. It's usually not. Yeah, I haven't experienced it anything above a 2 recently. A 5 being the worst I've felt, and I've tried to use that scale for pain in relation to migraines as well. 5 being the worst migraine I've ever felt. Yeah, in traditional psychiatry, it's asked to rate my mood on a scale of 1 to 10. I think that's a way more challenging question. I think it's kind of arbitrary and not a good diagnostic tool, personally. I'd refuse to answer the question. What's my mood now? But I feel okay, or whatever. You can just plot it at a mid-range 6 or 7 or something, but I don't think that it's not necessarily useful. It's potentially useful, I just don't think it's necessarily accurate. It's pretty subjective, and I think it's difficult to say with any certainty what people's moods were. I guess it's self-reporting, but I don't think it's that reliable of a test. I think they should ask people, their doctors should ask how their patients are feeling, try and get feedback from them, but just trying to quantify it or pretend that it's empirical, I think that might not be that useful. And it's like, it might just become a game of saying, like, I'm on a drug I don't like, this is a 0 or something. Walking through Hyde Park now. There's some like longer grasses. I think these are linden trees again. That might be off base. I'm trying to look for obvious diagnostic leaves or the seed pods, but I don't see any. It's got the kind of serrated same shape anyway. The bark might be a giveaway, but I really haven't seen that many of them outside of one in the backyard. Looks like it is, with the buds look pretty much identical. But yeah, there's some wild grass here. Wild grasses. Natural green grass. There's some kind of prickly leaf plant. I don't know what that is. It's dead now. Probably some aster of some sort. I don't think it's a thistle. Okay, maybe it's a thistle they're saying it is. It's good. Yeah, kind of soft tufts for the seeds. It's pretty small for thistle. It would probably be easier to tell for the simple one. I don't know, I don't know that many different plants. I'm not very good at categorizing them. But it's my enjoy them. Or at least observing them. There's like a signboard here. This feature is a sustainable drainage system, SUDS, called a swale. It helps to prevent flooding during periods of high rainfall. Water travels from the road through pipes to a shallow channel. Here, a series of weirs slow the water and create pools. The water flow and create pools, allowing the water to slowly infiltrate into the soils with the layers of gravel and sand, helping to filter the pollutants. It's pretty much dry. There's like a slight puddle. Yeah. See like one fly flying around it. There's stagnant water in British Columbia is often a breeding ground for mosquitoes. I wonder if they've encountered that here. I don't smell anything. It seems pretty biodiverse comparatively just around this one area. I count like, I don't know, at least 10 different types of flower just around here. Within like a 10-meter radius. Wondered what the diagnostic criteria of a thistle now. Like, I know a lot of them have the spiky leaves like that. They have many different flowers on this thistle, if it is a thistle. I think the quality of the flower too would be a giveaway, but it's dead. The seeds are kind of tufted. This is cool. There's a large bee on some aster. Yellow flower with 2 or 3, 6, 9, 8, 10 petals. I don't really know how to describe flowers, but I don't know how to describe this bee either. It's fairly large compared to a European honeybee or something. The leaves to the flower are being chewed on by insects. I don't really know how to describe them. They're not like a traditional leaf that most people would imagine. They're kind of spread out. I don't know what to liken it to. It's kind of just different sections to it. It's growing in parallel, I guess. Yeah, okay. I've taken a picture of that flower, possibly in France, I think. So, this is the yellow one. Should try and look it up, I guess. I'm sure it's pretty common.
There you are.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe plants. Like, I know there's a pretty complex lingo. Watch some YouTubers, people to describe different aspects or different parts of the flower and categorize it and be able to find out what it's related to. That's a cool skill, I think. I think it takes a lot of learning and practice, I suppose. Something I'm not talented at, skill I admire and respect. Yeah, I guess it takes a certain amount of memory to be able to remember them. A lot of this pattern, just recognizing pattern. This pattern doesn't necessarily mean they're related. You can go convergent evolution and same pattern arising in species that aren't necessarily genetically related or closely genetically related. There's a horse up here. I wonder if we can get a horse sound. It's walking on kind of a soft track. It looks like it's kind of a clay or sand. So kicking up a small amount of dust. Might not be able to get house sounds. Okay, that was it. There's 2 more over here. Actually, 3 more horses now. For amount of people walking their dogs too. Yeah, I guess circle back into the topic of medication. It was kind of central to the start of this conversation. It was what appears to be a monologue, but it seems to be, I don't know, more than that. I don't know polylogue's a word yet, but the question is if medications can be neuroprotective. I guess there's an argument that antipsychotics are neuroprotective if psychosis is toxic to the brain. That was an allegation that people at the hospital I was being treated at were suggesting, and I would repeatedly ask for evidence of that, to which I saw no evidence. So I think that supposition that they are neuroprotective needs to be proven. And I suppose the flip side, the allegation that they're causing brain damage should be proven too. I don't know how to conceive of studies. I guess you could do double-blind studies of a lot of people. I don't know how many people are just not on antipsychotics at this point. I think it's probable they can calculate brain size or brain mass remotely, so it's possible they've already done the study. I make that presumption based on the fact if they can read and write mind, then I think it's probable they can accurately see macro matter at that scale. I think I don't have a ton of evidence except for direct experience, but I don't know, I'm confident in saying that just based on my experience. just two-way communication is the anecdotal evidence. Kind of thinking yesterday about the role of dopamine and mental health. I'm smoking a cigarette right now. Definitely not feeling the same head rush or amount of pleasure or queasiness that I associate with nicotine and the other chemical compounds that arise out of the combustion of tobacco. I think that people should be allowed to experience pleasure. My assumption as to why it's being quasi-banned in a lot of people are kind of threefold. The first two might be pseudoscience, and the third is kind of an allegation against ideology. The first is that it might reduce Parkinsonian symptoms, or be neuroprotective against deterioration of certain areas of the brain associated with changes in dopamine that lead to Parkinsonian symptoms. The second would be to avoid psychosis symptoms based on hypothesis that schizophrenia is a dopamine induced disease, or psychosis is because of excesses in dopamine. And the third is that there's a puritanical belief that hedonism or pleasure is a wrong way to go about life. I guess to try and refute them, I don't think there's necessarily evidence to suggest that moderate amounts of dopamine necessarily leads to Parkinson's. I haven't seen evidence to suggest that. I have had anecdotal evidence of tremor with high doses of levodopa, high doses of nicotine out of nowhere, certain changes in dopamine agonism. Whether or not psychosis can be solely attributed to dopaminergic states, I don't think that's necessarily true either. I think it comes down to the person. I think dopamine is probably related to mania. People confuse states where people are thinking fast or thinking more rapidly, or more frequency of words or thoughts in space, and conflate it with psychosis. And I think that simply barring pleasurable states out of a belief that people shouldn't be allowed to experience pleasure for ideological reasons is flawed, because it's just simply biased. I'm generally of the position that people should be allowed to experience whatever brain states they want. I was incepted with kind of rats pulling levers or something and becoming dependent on certain molecules and things like that. Just traditionally in humanity, cigarettes have been legal, alcohol has been legal. It's a low percentage of the population that has serious substance abuses where they're using those substances all the time. Of course, there are addiction issues with people using indirect dopamine agonists to augment their body states to experience pleasure all the time, but it's relatively rare. And you can think about ways of disincentivizing it. I think cost is a barrier for a lot of people. Yeah, I guess that's interesting. Do people smoke more if their cost is relatively lower? Might be true. I know I might smoke more if the cost was lower. I think the cost of cigarettes or the price of cigarettes is a tax on the poor. It disproportionately affects poor people compared to more affluent people. I guess we could try and be more specific with the terms. I guess the cost of smoking might be target with that versus price, financial price. Can't remember the other point right now. I guess the financial price would just be the exchange value of a single cigarette or a packet of cigarettes. You can think about the cost to the person, and the cost to society at large. There are definitely higher instances of cancers being associated with tobacco smoking, as well as heart disease and probably respiratory ailments. You can think about the cost to society in terms of treating those illnesses. Think about public health and public health care that's subsidized or paid for by the state. Cancer is probably expensive to treat. I just mentioned earlier that cancer is correlated with tobacco smoking, particularly lung and throat cancers. So I think leukemia, I'm not sure of all the cancers that are associated with it, but yeah, potentially stroke, I guess. I'm not sure about the mechanisms of why strokes happen. I'll try and research that later. Try and learn about that. It's really interesting. I think my grandpa had a stroke a few years before he died. Two of my grandparents died of cancer, and the other grandparents died of heart disease, I think. So probably a reason not to smoke for a long time, or I guess at all. I guess vaporizing is a popular alternative now. It's fairly interesting thinking about potential health effects of vaporizing. Probably haven't been that many long-term studies on the health effects of vaporizing, and might be difficult to do so because of different styles of the heating of the liquids, the vaping liquids, or e-juices, or whatever you want to call them, and the chemical makeup of the juices themselves. Just read one paper that was saying that they found chemicals in urine that were associated with cancers from some of the additives popular in e-juices, and it was one of the butter flavors. So I think over time will probably be healthier flavors, and I guess probably healthier ways of heating the liquid to make the experience less detrimental to health. I also think this is a hypothesis that vaping might be related to chest congestion or pneumonia, especially in conjunction with viruses. When having viruses, I know there's studies being done on it. I'm not sure what the mechanism of why there would be more chest congestion. It's kind of anecdotal evidence, but leading to a hypothesis. think it might be condensation of some of the liquid onto mucus or something on the lungs, or present near the lungs. I don't think vaping's healthy. It's probably healthier than taking smoke to your lungs, but it's probably I don't know how much healthier it is really. It's probably less carcinogens. It's interesting comparing tobacco smoke to cannabis smoke. So a lot of people in cannabis culture say like there's no carcinogens in cannabis smoke, but I think that's probably bullshit. Probably it's just burn plant material into your lungs, and you'd think that there's something carcinogenic in that smoke, but maybe there's less than what's in tobacco smoke because of just the chemical makeup of the plant or additives to the tobacco itself in modern cigarettes. You can think about potential additives to cannabis plants too in terms of insecticides or anti-fungus spray or something. It might be more prevalent in certain places. I don't think it's necessarily that popular. I think it's you grow in certain areas, so you can grow organic plants easily. I think, yeah, organic tobacco is probably healthier, different feeling too as far as the rush associated with smoking. It's less available in Canada. I think there's a couple brands. I guess you can grow it yourself technically. I guess on the topic of cannabis, quite a few of the talking points about uses of hemp for society in terms of textiles and as building material and as foodstuff. As far as textile, it's been used in history for rope and clothing. I've read one thing about ropes in this region, near this region in, I guess, north of the UK. And, I think Vikings were using it for maritime ropes or for ship, in relation to their ships. I think the clothing is terrible, and I've been thinking about potentially looking into different blends of cotton and hemp, and potentially spandex or rayon for more comfortable clothing. As a foodstuff, the leaves can be underrated for substitutes for spinach, but more popularly the seeds themselves are a source of protein and oils. Omega-3s are interesting in relation to mental health. Yeah, they're available. The hemp seeds are available online on Amazon in Canada. I haven't bought them. It's something I've been wanting to invest in. They're fairly affordable. I think they're grown in Canada too, which is, I think, a good thing. Probably fairly inexpensive. I guess seed politics in general is a fairly interesting topic, even in relation to the cannabis plant. About biodiversity and the saving of biodiversity in relation to climate change. A lot of species lost because of changes to habitat, because of climatic changes. So I think that collecting seeds and storing them in seed vaults or other places is a good idea for the future. Possibly as a source of bringing that plant back in the future, or as a historical specimen, or as source of kind of the fundamentals for the expression of its DNA.
لأنه في البارك احنا
No, they're not thinking that creatively. I had a couple conceptions to kind of pantomime what I might have thought of otherwise. Just other connotations of seed might be an interesting transition point for conversation. Whoa. So just walking along the kind of lagoon area, or pond, I don't know what it's called, just that I walked by last time, and there's a bunch of people with roller skates, there's cones on the grounds, there's people kind of doing tricks and entertaining, a lot of people strolling around, taking photos and sipping beverages. Saw some people having ice cream. There's an ice cream store here. Whoa. It's like a lime green bird. I just flew by and chirping. I don't know what kind of bird that is. It's a pigeon, seagull, copper swans. Looks like a Canadian goose. And kind of really large ducks that I was talking about the other day that might be geese. guess I could have walked along the other side of the pond to try and get a more novel experience, but then I would have missed the roller skaters, so no regrets, I guess. Just a couple ideas. Seeds, like a couple things that were receptive to me as like prompts for conversation. My underwear, I bought underwear at the store, and like there was a pack of 3 in a medium, but the box was kind of open, it was in a medium, so I picked it up on a spur of the moment kind of thing, brought it back to the house and realized there's only 2 pairs. And they're not really the style I thought, they're kind of tight, I feel like they're kind of riding up and relatively uncomfortable right now. Then the other idea was thinking about seeds in relation to peer-to-peer sharing and torrenting culture. Man ripped a part of the croissant and tossed it to a group of birds. There's somebody with a bag. There might have been seed in the bag. I don't know if that was true though, if I'm just imagining that. I'm not sure what was in the bag. It's the black box. Okay, there's definitely personal seed here. I'm gonna walk close and see what people here. Kind of hoping for like the sound of seeds hitting the asphalt. Maybe that was wishful thinking. Might have got pigeon wings flapping. I think that's a cool sound. Just call them doves. Is it cool to call them doves? I wonder what they're called here if there's Rachel listens. What they're called. There's some in the neighborhood I live in. These are called doves, and they have a distinctive call. Sometimes they land on the chimney and call, and it kind of echoes through the chimney and radiates through the house. There's like kind of a metal fireplace area, and it's pretty resonant. It's my right tablet. There's a crow here. It had like one white feather on its arm. I wonder if that was its feather, or what that's called. There's a couple of squirrels. It's kind of a, I guess it's probably true of a lot of parks in the world. Just quasi-domesticated animals get fed by people. There's a sign that says, "Please do not feed the wildlife." And I have a hashtag, "Keep the wildlife wild." So, I guess it's technically illicit, but it happens pretty frequently. Wasn't being enforced. Yeah, I don't know what the politics of birdseed are. I think it's interesting. It might be ideological. I guess wildlife can become reliant on that food stuff. I think in Canada's food in winter is more scarce. Birdseed can help keep populations more stable or build populations. Yeah, I was thinking about like my own stance on naturalism. I've never really fed birds. I wouldn't be feeding birds or other wildlife. I don't know, those people seemed happy. I don't think the bird seems unhappy. Yeah, you can think about wildlife politics and intersections of wildlife and human beings. There's definitely reductions of habitat for wild animals because of expanses of human societies. I think the border zones in between wildlife and human society are fairly interesting, particularly neighborhoods that are near areas that have been traditionally inhabited by wildlife, especially mammals. These here are farmers. Stories about bears entering areas for eating garbage and that sort of thing. I guess family pets and coyotes, another subject area. I enjoyed another walk to Hyde Park. That was cool. It might be more fun than the museum. My experience in the museum was pretty terrible yesterday. It's just completely mind blank. Like, I think it was supposed to be an exhibition of cybernetic experience. I had like my eyes being dragged around at different objects and like thoughts moving into my head that were sort of like memories, but the memories that I don't think I would have come up with myself. It's really weird. I don't know, it felt like a simulation of self that it seems unnecessary considering I'd be able to have an authentic experience of my own if I had a different George state. I probably would have even chosen just to have a blank discard on mine to cover that with. I think I'm going to try and go there tomorrow. It's been like 2 hours and probably doing, I don't know, 20 or 30% of the museum or something like that. And I didn't read like 90% of what was written as far as metadata about the artifacts, but I tried to look at nearly every artifact anyway. Yeah, I was thinking later about the world as museum. And it's something I was thinking about previously and feeling everything is a sort of artifact and on display that's been curated accidentally by nature, by humans. And so archaeology is really just rearranging a museum. And just looking for a museum is kind of an archaeology in itself. I guess just the politics of museums too. I really haven't been to that many museums in my life, but I think the London Museum, or the British Museum in London, it's probably especially interesting just because of the colonial history and collection of these artifacts from less affluent nation states in history. It's probably pretty problematic. Kind of surprised to see a lot of kind of priceless artifacts from other countries stored there. I guess it shouldn't be surprising. That's kind of what most standard conception of what museums are. But I don't know. It's interesting. Maybe they should belong near to why they were excavated. You could think about kind of loans or that sort of things. I think there is a history of giving stuff back that may have been taken unjustly. I don't know, do they belong to the cultures that live near to where they were excavated? Do they belong to anyone now if people are dead? They're useful. This is a popular tourist destination. Does it aid in their economy to have them here? Would it aid in the other countries' economy? Is it cultural heritage, etc.? Give it back to who though? Just to the place? You give them to a museum proper, or there are proper museums that could house them because of that. So, I don't know if that's totally true. Like, if there, or I guess there probably are. I know of one discussion topic that comes to mind is Paul Stamets has a bunch of mushroom stones. He has like a private collection of artifacts excavated in Central America, and trying to find a good place to give them to so they're preserved and they can be observable by the public, but it's a matter of finding a proper place. As far as like Egyptian artifacts, even, I don't know what else is there, but they have lots of artifacts. Do they have room for them in their museum? Is it advertising for their places as a vacation destination or as a cultural capital of their history or people? I don't have a position on whether or not they should give back certain stuff. If the countries ask for them back, they should probably return them. But I really haven't done much research on whether or not what the ethics are, what the arguments are. Yeah, maybe, I guess countries might not be the right way to go about it. You can think about nations within the country. Is it ethnicity then? Should it decide? Is it some tribal clan that should ownership of artifacts? I might try and research more against it. I haven't really thought about it in depth that much. I'm just kind of brainstorming. I don't know what the right answer is here, even if there is one, but I think this should be accessible to the public so we can learn about history. Preferably with information about the artifacts that's based in science and true to the culture of the place as it's been recorded in history. And you might think that's colonialist or based in some Western ideology, but it's my tradition. I think it'd be useful for the education of the world about history, and I think that's why the artifacts are important, is learning about other cultures and history. And by science, I mean the science of archaeology, trying to date certain objects or get good estimates as to what age they're from. I don't know what else you can apprehend as far as maybe techniques of creation of the artifact or composition of the artifact, etc. Yeah, there might be an argument even just to leave stuff in the ground. But I think we probably should be documented properly as to where stuff was. There's probably a lot of mistakes in history of people just pillaging sites and losing a lot of the data as to where it came from. I guess one of the possible advantages to leaving things buried would be if we dig it up later, we'll probably have better technology for dating. So I don't think that's what the traditionalists would want to. I don't think that'd be their argument. Or, I don't know, people that are against that. Yeah, there's a collection of fossils in the museum yesterday. Found out that the guy who Parkinson's disease is named after collected fossils. There were some fossils that he found on display there. I think that fossils are a pretty interesting thing, and it's proof of just the age of life in the past. think fossils are cool because they're aesthetically pleasing too. A lot of the time, the imprints of them, or imprints. Aside from what they might signify about history. I guess it's a contentious topic in relation to a lot of fundamental Christian doctrine about the age of the earth and the idea of fossils being left as some sort of trick. I don't really buy that as a reasonable explanation of why they're lodged in certain areas of rock. I think it's far more likely if they were encased in mud or something and hardened, rock hardened around it. I guess that's how like sandstone fossils work. Yeah, so it's just heard that rock's good for the environment, bad for the environment. I'm not sure what the prompt is there. It's kind of interesting. It's like environment being the mental environment. There's popular conceptions of the environment in relation to climate change and that sort of thing. Think about I guess divisions and ethos as potentially being negative in some people's minds. A lot of fossil fuels that aren't technically made of proper fossils, but might contribute to climate change. So, I mean, same people that don't believe in the true age of fossils probably don't believe in the fact that the climate is warming as well. So I should probably find a different way back to the hostel instead of sort of tracing the steps I did yesterday. Couldn't make this the smoke spot. I had a cigarette here yesterday. I went through that again. I think it's a decent place to smoke because it's relatively lowly populated. I think it's aesthetically interesting. It's like a transition point. There's a garbage can close by. I think it's aesthetically interesting. It's kind of an well. I'm trying to describe it. It's like the entrance to Hyde Park. Beside, I know what building that is or that what monument that is. Maybe I shouldn't try and describe it, but there's lines of big trees and a gate, kind of a kiosk, and kind of a span of asphalt, which is kind of like non-place. And there's kind of a wall with, I don't know what it's made of. Looks like some sort of concrete or something. I think I overheard Ash. I'm not sure if that was English or not, but it's interesting in relation to I guess the structure of, or the structural matrix of what fossils get encased. I guess there's like tar pits and things like that too. Maybe they don't get encased in ash, maybe I'm imagining things. Yeah, I guess Pompeii comes to mind, some of those fossils. Those hominid fossils, I wonder if they've ever found primate fossils, mammal fossils. I don't know, I guess there's a so what's the newest fossil, I guess, is a question. Got one memory of first time went to fossils. There's some random bad mines in Alberta, just east of the Rockies, and there's a guide and taught us that if you lick your finger and touch a fossil, it's kind of sticky. Maybe it'll stick to the rock. It's a good way of identifying them. And it's kind of beautiful mix of DNA too. More recently, I was sitting on a bench on the canal by Lille. I looked on the ground, and there was a rock, a white rock, that kind of looked like a fossil, and I did that test, and it was sticky, so I think there was fossils there. I'm wondering if they were just occurred along the sands of that area, or if somebody had brought them there as a sort of impromptu museum or pop-up museum. You can probably find fossils around. Actually, I don't know. Maybe they brought them somewhere else. I'm not sure. But I was thinking maybe they occur there. But, something to research, I guess. It could have been transported by glaciers and just deposited there. Maybe they're in rock nearby and they're brought there by glaciers about the stream itself or something. I guess it's probably more probable that somebody just drops in there. I don't know what kind of tree this is. It's got a cool bark. There's some on the grounds here. Kind of looks like scales. There's a feather here. It's a black feather. There's one really cool jade artifact from Mexico. It's like a double-headed serpent. The serpent had teeth. It was like oscillating up and down 4 or 5 times. It's pretty cool. And event was viewed like half of China at the exhibition. They had jade artifacts there. The right angles on the jade artifacts are incredible. Like, it seems fake. Like, they're super old. I don't know how they possibly fashioned those artifacts. Maybe jade's not as hard as a rock as it looks or wood, but it's amazing. Something I want to learn more about in the future. Yeah, I didn't really take any photos. I took one photo, something from a perspective dream, a dream that never happened. Someone told me that my arm was going to be cut off if I slept in my dream. What else? Yeah, in the National Gallery, I thought about taking photos too. Saw my first Monet in France. It was really taken by how he painted the water. There was a lot of just different colors, and the brush strokes seemed pretty amazing. They had several Monets at this museum, and a couple of them weren't that impressive. Like, I don't know if he rushed them or it just wasn't his best work and they keep it just because he's famous, but I don't know. Yeah, I was underwhelmed by the Picasso work too. I thought that was going to be cool. Thought that, yeah, Van Gogh wasn't that impressive either. They had their grass one. Thought the Rubens stuff was pretty interesting. There's a lot of Rubens. It's the first time I've really enjoyed portraiture paintings. Often I find them pretty boring, but the realism was really interesting. Just conveying emotion in the face, the eyes. There's a few that are just really well done. And it's actually moving to just look at a painting like that. I was also trying to thought about taking pictures of lenticular clouds in paintings. Thought about lenticular clouds and their association with geoengineering and a possible refutation of that as proof of them being observed in history, or at least imagined in history, by them being depicted in paintings. So, yeah, I guess they occur naturally. Maybe they're accentuated or added to by cloud seeding.
And my sister found on.
Yeah, I guess a kind of funny story, trying to get into the gallery. Stood in line for like 30 seconds and got to the metal detector, and some middle-aged lady said I was acting suspiciously when I was simply just waiting in line. Said that she needed to ask her manager or something if I could enter the gallery. So I waited by the metal detector as other people walked in. The person behind me argued on my behalf and said he did nothing wrong. Why are you not letting him in? It took the manager person 2 seconds to allow me in. But I don't know if it was racism. At the time I had a rather large beard and my hair was longer and got quasi dreadlocks, at least tangled or knotted hair, so I think I was just being profiled, but I don't know, just an experience with that place. I think I had another point about the paintings. I didn't record any of them really, but maybe I should have taken notes or something. I guess I remembered some of the stuff. I haven't studied very much art history, so I couldn't speak to it at a high level, but I think a lot of people can enjoy art with their proper art history training. Yeah, I remember hearing, this isn't subject to me, but I remember hearing about perspective not occurring in a lot of art prior to Middle Ages, I guess. There were some older paintings with perspective. It's kind of cool to see. There's some in the British Library. There are drawings and old Bibles with perspective, kind of dimensionality, three-dimensional scenes. I thought that was interesting. And then, there's some almost mistakes to it, but it almost makes it trippier. And I guess, yeah, there's natural scenes. The use of lighting is interesting. The use of lights for reflections. Painting of clouds was something I was focusing on. It's the realism in depiction of clouds. Certain artists seem to be able to capture clouds more realistically. It's maybe the sharpness and photorealism.
Yes, at last! Yes!
This guy's got a dove in his hands. This person has a dove in her hand. Yeah, I guess I enjoyed the Impressionist area there, of the museum, or the gallery. I thought it was pretty cool. I liked the style, I guess. I think the I don't know, just pop aspect of art in that era might be interesting. I think the most popular consumption of art by masses too. Okay, this isn't subject, but I mentioned portraits from the Middle Ages. One thing I noticed in the British Museum was a lot of effigies or small statues. So think about dimensionality depicted on a canvas versus three-dimensional artifacts carved. Cool to see the skill of artisans in deep history creating three-dimensional artifacts, often with a lot of intricacy. I guess the size of the statues are fairly interesting. Went to a museum at Lille, and there was a lot of statues on the main floor, and they were mostly life-size, grand, made of marble, and a lot of realism. So it's pretty interesting. It's not my favorite style, but I think it's a cool thing. Some stuff to just talk about. One thing I thought that was interesting is there's a clay flute from Mexico. Just thinking about the history of music and different musical instruments in history. I guess the history of clay is probably interesting, like how so many people knew how to fire clay. maybe differences in technique would be interesting. I guess that's not the only technique about cultures that is interesting. But, another point that I found striking, earlier this year I was listening to Futures Fossils podcast, and one of the guests was talking about bones and how they tend to be hollow if you extract the marrow, and how they can be used as musical instruments or flutes if you cut them the right length and bore holes into them. I thought that was beautiful, thinking about death and feast and ritual and music. And breath. Woodwind instruments, I guess. Reed. Walking by a nice garden here. It's probably interesting what grows here now versus, I don't know, 5,000 years ago or 500 years ago near the Thames. It's a patch of yarrow. Easily identifiable common plants. I like that. I know these are a lot of ornamental plants. This is actually a fairly impressive garden, I think, for a number of species here. It's aesthetically pleasing, I think. A lot of them are in bloom too, and it's September now. Probably smells good. I'm not noticing a lot of fragrance. There's a small fence and I don't know, a meter of irrigated lawn before 2 or 3 meters of flowers and some kind of tall shrub slash trees. Noticed in the Soho Square, their garden is like geraniums, so that was kind of interesting. It's a stylistic choice, I guess, cost-effective choice. Or maybe they're saying maybe it isn't cost effective. So the same plan. Maybe they just got it from the same breeder or something. Big barren square here now. See that London Eye? That's a clock that reads 6:07 or something. There's a brick building covered in greenery. Most of it. Behind it, there's a crane. It's buildings with copper roofs that have been tinged lime green. Two statues of men on horses. A couple of Union Jack flags inside a few other flags. The sun's casting long shadows. There's a lamp on this brick building that's being weathered. large bricks, probably 2 feet by 2 feet, 3 feet. CCTV into the camera into the brick. See 5 cameras, 6. I don't know really where I am. Just trying to get my bearings. The statues are less than a century and a half years old. Or I guess with a century and a quarter of years old. I wonder how old they are. I don't know. It says Commander-in-Chief of the British Army, 1856 to 1895. Born 1819, died in 1990. So I guess it was probably done after 1904 anyway. Yeah, I think I know where I am now. I see the National Gallery. There's a kind of a an obelisk. It's a big tower here. I don't know what it's called. Walked along the Thames one of the first days I was here, and I saw Cleopatra's Needle. That was fairly interesting. Another interesting thing for museum studies. I guess you might be able to make the same argument about paintings as artifacts, collections, I guess, as far as where they might belong. I walked into one of these souvenir shops looking for a mouse. It was like £10 for a paper mouse. I found this downtown area to be fairly easy to traverse. I haven't got too lost. Also, I was told an idea just to download a PDF on the internet or find an image on Google image search. That would be useful. I guess you can download offline maps too. But I don't know. I enjoy just wandering and finding myself in areas. Nearly 2.5 hours of recording.
Depends on how this is still going.
Kind of getting hungry at this point. Find something to eat. Stayed at McDonald's again. Not particularly proud of it, but it's like $4.50 Canadian for 3 burgers. And I walked into the local Sainsbury's yesterday, and there's basically nothing on sale. Occasionally they have sales. Found some there. half price to go meals. But I had one of the pizzas they made yesterday and it was kind of terrible, but it was edible. This crust, I think I overcooked it. It was basically just hard crust and a fair amount of pepperoni. It was a pepperoni pizza. It was like 2 pounds or 250 or something, so I don't know what you can expect for that. This guy's taking a picture. Maybe it was weird. I don't know, maybe it gets sketchy when people hold their phones up like that. Sometimes people will take selfies and I think they're taking photos overwards and like usually trying to avoid the area in front of them. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny to mention the number of Union Jacks. There's a street up here with lines of 5 of them in a row. So it's like there's at least 20 or 30. And there's a Sainsbury and a McDonald's. It's kind of sad that like the chain stores are the ones with the most portable food. Probably prefer to support a more independent restaurant, but I haven't been able to find very many that are affordable. I saw on Reddit that it's like a Malaysian food place called Roti King. I went there and had an interesting stuffed lamb roti dish with some sauce. It was okay. It was like $10 and I wasn't full after, so. That's the inexpensive options. Inexpensive options to find a place where you can get something for £7 and it might not be enough, or you can go to one of the chain places and spend less and actually be full. So I don't know. Hopefully one day I'll be able to support independent businesses and vote with my dollar. I wish I brought change. There's people selling some Indian food on the street. I might have misread the situation. I'm going to talk about it. Hello. Thank you. Could I have one of those, please? All right. Thank you very much. Excellent. Have a good day. So the reason I said I misread the situation is because I presumed they were selling food, but I think it was a sick community just giving food away on the street. Oh my God. I can't remember the names of the food, but a fair amount of food for nothing, and I'm very appreciative. I think that's a really cool thing to do for their culture, and made my life a lot better. So I just need to find a spot here to eat. And there's also a small cup of goat soda, where it looks like cream soda and milk mixed. It's a fortuitous event that I definitely wasn't anticipating. Maybe I can eat while walking. No, it's chocolate cake. I can't remember what the dough is called. Kind of like a dough mixture. And some sort of green sauce. Some sort of naan bread. Possibly from you. Strange bad smell for a fraction of a second. Previous to that, I was thinking, I don't really like cake that much. I don't know if I should tonight cake. Didn't recognize it as cake. I don't know if that's my
If you're happy with
prejudice or what. Psychoanalyze myself, just like thinking everything's out there because of those naan bread or something. Sauce with naan, it's nice and salty, kind of tangy. I think it's some sort of leafy vegetable that's being either sauteed or steamed. I don't know Punjabi cooking very much. Paneer is being said to me, but I wouldn't know. kind of delayed for a second, realized I could have crossed the street. I don't really know where I'm going at this point. Could have walked on Trafalgar Square more. I don't think I explored that properly. Could walk back the other way. I don't know how big it is, but it's entering to the Soho area, I guess. I don't know if it's worth mentioning or not, but it might be interesting for memory. Donna was getting asking for food. That BB immediately poured the drink, then I kind of started pointing at the food. You know, she almost seemed reluctant to give me food. I wonder what maybe I'm just being self-conscious or not. So, talking about like stereotypes and stuff before. I've got a fairly terrible haircut. I cut my own hair the other day, and recently shaved. So it's funny how different cultures interpret style. Yeah, it's something about generosity recently. Gift cultures. As far as like generosity goes, our discussion was kind of based around this kind of gift giving in a hostile atmosphere, like sharing food and cigarettes and drinks with one another. And just thinking of material goods versus immaterial goods. Sharing of information is potential generosity, and like I guess money itself too. I don't know, how do people define generosity? I think that's kind of an interesting topic that came up kind of recently, just probably a few weeks ago. That's interesting. Yeah. I guess I can share it. Posted a clip to Instagram from Rick Rada, a collector, when he mentions Donald Trump. And so, he talks about how much value he creates or something in a 5-minute meeting. Versus the value of some old guy with stories, had some nursing home or something. And what's waged and unwaged, I guess. No, so I'm walking like 2 blocks above the Thames, or a block above the Thames now. Basically in line with it. There's a church in maybe I wasn't being stereotyped earlier. Maybe I'm just self-conscious and like to say that she was, or like presuming that she'd think my terrible beard was okay or something. It might be stereotyping her, so whatever. I don't know. Yeah, it's not trying to be offensive anymore. I'm frequently offensive. It comes with the territory of just saying whatever's on the top of your head, I suppose. This is interesting area. There's a lot of universities in central London. I only say that because I saw LSE on a map, and I thought it would be cool to walk around in the sun. It's on the way basically from the Thames to a hostel, and I missed it the first time, so that's why it came to mind, I guess. And I've spent some time kind of walking around some of the universities. It's interesting. I guess school's starting pretty soon, or maybe it doesn't start for a month or something. I don't know. We should. I presume school starts in September here, but like, I met some people from Germany, and they were saying that it doesn't start for a while. I think it differs in Europe, elsewhere. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Zach's telling me I'm making a mistake, but I'm not that self-conscious about it. It's okay. I don't really know much about universities anyway. It's Royal Court of Justice. I thought it was a church. It's a pretty amazing building. Guess I'm only like 5 or 10 minutes away from the hostel, right? I guess I could just return. I know what I'm going to do with the rest of my night. Could try and socialize, I guess, but I haven't done all that much yet. Spend more money on cider or something. Yeah, I guess you could think of different ways of kind of merging soundwalks and podcasts and multimedia studies, or I don't know, maybe podcast seems like it's something to be released. I guess you could call it journaling or self-writing or something like that. But anyway, like making multimedia text. It's just using a cell phone. I could have taken videos or pictures along the way, and it'd be pretty easy to compile into a video. But don't know, it might be distracting from it's the audio medium. Yeah, I could just do the whole thing in video, I guess. Like, I'm sure a lot of people do that. This battery, this storage. It took like a fairly long video. I don't know how much space these recordings take. Yeah, I guess I could have just brought my camera. I brought my camera to Europe and used it like twice. I think I had one day of good photography. It don't really cross my mind. Okay. I think this neighborhood is really photographic, kind of golden hour now. It'll be a good time. Photogenic, yeah. Easy to photograph, or aesthetically easy to photograph. Easy to photograph aesthetically. This, I don't know how to fix the second last sentence.
I've got a big car, so I own the road.
Alright, yeah, I found a map. That's one thing I like about London too. So, at least this downtown area is a fair amount of maps that show the streets within a 15-minute walk, and it's fairly easy to navigate. I'm sure I could figure it out without the map, but I can take a slightly longer way, and no, I won't be lost. Yeah, just splice that comment into the discussion of downloading PDFs or some shit. Yeah, I haven't washed the underwear yet, and I don't know if you're supposed to do that. Or are they going to shrink? Already too small. Probably should just return them once I found out there was only 2 in there, but I thought about like walking in there and trying to return a damaged box with 2 pairs in it and claim that there was only 2 pairs in it. They're going to believe me, but I don't know. They probably would have, but I don't know. It was kind of expensive too. I was already splurging, and I don't know. They said it was half price, so I kind of got suckered in. There's a Black Sheep coffee over there. This reminds me of a more traditional soundwalk. I don't know if that's sad or not. But, like, a few discrete, boring sounds. Found central engine to be pretty sonically interesting. Okay, maybe I'll take the short way back. Sorry. I haven't done that very often, so we're not going to mention much of that. I kind of forgot what side of the street the cars go. There was a guy turning left, and I was assuming he was going to the other side of the street. I almost walked in front of the car, but I was aware enough to stop. I also threw one of the fossils into the canal before I realized they were fossils. Felt pretty bad about it. May or may not have been stoned at the time, and like, it's kind of devastated. I was just throwing rocks trying to skip them. It was like flat. So, oh, that's a good skipping rock. And then like analyzed another one that looked like it and realized afterwards it's probably a fossil. Fucked up. I feel bad. Threw away history. Maybe somebody will find them in the future. Probably won't. I also threw away a piece of the cake. There was like a bite of cake left, and it was pretty sweet. I didn't want to have that much sugar in my bloodstream, so. I haven't been to a bar yet in London. I think about confession culture. I don't know if it's useful to just dox yourself. There's a little spray of confession.
Usually we already were, right?
Maybe not confession in like a Catholic sense, but as far as things like I felt guilty about it. Have been bothering me. I think with the talking here, it's getting stuff off your chest, venting about things that you're repressing. It could be healthy. I don't know if there's negative repercussions to it. It might be a stupid thing to do, but. looking forward to just lying down for a while. My legs are kind of tired. It's been like 3 hours of walking. Could have walked along the busier street, but I walk that way every day, so walking this way. Just a block over. Then yeah, I remember this. I've walked this way once before. There's a place called the Square Pig. And I just think that's like, I don't know, in slang, it's just not a super cool thing to have your head associated with, I guess. I think it's a bar. Doesn't seem to be open on Sunday. I think it's high class. I guess you can talk about class in bars. What makes a high class bar? I remember looking in the window and there was small tables, and you extend the leg. There's nobody in there when I walked by. And one night, I can't remember what day of the week it was. It looked expensive. I don't know. High class to me just means expensive. I often like that one. When I'm self-deprecating, they say that people are hurting me or something, so whatever. So what's class? I guess like talk about different cocktails or drinks, or ambience, concepts with music, yeah, maybe types of music or music at all, clientele. I don't know what else. Yeah, that's interesting. In reference to clientele, what people are wearing, and like, can you wear jeans to a place? And it's like, I guess, changes to bar scenes in terms of kind of hipster aesthetics. And, I don't know, expensive dive bars as being cool, dive bars with $10 drinks. Potentially, I think the kind of highbrow, lowbrow divide in drinking culture is probably not as easily defined as it was in place. Wine culture. And stuff that somebody's filming. I was kind of mentioning to myself the other day, like going to a bar alone. I don't know if that's cool things to do. I've done it sometimes in my life and I find some bars that are more conducive to that than others. I don't know. I think I probably could have met up with people yesterday. There's some people from Canada going to a bar. But I had a headache. I wasn't feeling very well. I think bars are cool. They're third spaces where people can congregate and talk about their lives or concepts and stuff, whatever else. I think it's good things to do. But basically, I don't know, haven't worked very much in my life, so I haven't accumulated a lot of money, so I really haven't spent that much time in bars, so something I wish I had done. I feel like a lot of beers are expensive too. I don't know if that was always the case. It might have been more more affordable to drink at a bar in the past. That might be a myth, but it's probably true of some places. I think the drinking in public scene is interesting. Technically illegal in a lot of places, but isn't always enforced. Might be more accepted in Europe. Arguably easier to meet people at a bar, but you can meet people and drink in a park or something. I've met people just drinking by myself, and I find other people drinking, they're usually happy to have a conversation. Yeah, I guess I just walked right by I didn't walk by the liquor store, but I was looking to walk of it, and I kind of forgot about it, so I guess I won't be drinking right now, but later. I mean, basically charging everything to my MasterCard. Found out I went over my limit, which is really low considering I paid my bill on time pretty much all the time. They charged me like $29 for being over the limit. But at least I just didn't like stop the card, otherwise I kind of would have been fucked. So I'll make a few more days in London and can save money out of investments and pay it off. And yeah. Guess that was the walk. It's fairly entertaining. Probably stop the recording now. So I can't play music and record at the same time. I just found out. I'm in the British Museum now. Entered the Egyptian area. And there's a bunch of statues. Life-size, pretty life-size humanoids. Some hieroglyphic stuff. And there's the Assyrian gateway stuff that I've seen some talk about. Figures holding bags. And I've heard speculation on Graham Hancock's website and the forums that are actually weights. I think that's a good theory. And there's same iconography can be seen across many cultures. There's a guy giving a tour here tonight. Try and dip in and see what else is there.
That is where you would find Luxor on Karnak today, and then Cairo and Rosetta overnight. And this temple is quite particularly interesting because although it was about Amun-Ra, which is much about Amenhotep as well, glorifying him, and on one of these superstar walls, the size of it is about 120 metres, a little bit longer than the museum is wide, the main entrance is wide. And he records people that he claims to have captured. You see these people have their arms tied behind their head to show them captured. You see that? So this is on some of these
Like this one.
hold up and take it. Now in front of them they have these shields that identify who they are. And scholars tell us the majority of them depict people like this, they depict people of African descent. And you can see the Afro features that they have. Can you see that? But the one on the right, scholars tell us, is unique because rather than showing somebody of African descent, it shows somebody of Semitic descent, Hashem. And then in the shield underneath it identifies them and it says that they are what are known as the Shasu. And the Shasu was a term used by the Egyptians, general term, to describe wandering nomadic Bedouin-type tribes over the land northeast of Egypt, the land of Canaan. So descendants of Shem wandering over the land of Canaan. And then it appears to say the next day. Any guesses what the fourth name is?
Yeah, so I guess an interesting trope in deciphering facial features in ancient statues. The same people that are talking about those handbags often discuss bearded figures across the world and Olmec statues. So in that Assyrian grouping of statues, there's some kind of Caucasian beard features. So kind of interesting. Declaration of the Syrian palaces. It's these man-headed lions with bolters stood as guardians of Gaelic. One of the figures holding the bag was some sort of eagle or bird, and the other one was a person with wings coming out of their back. In this kind of thin layer of rock, kind of plastered to the wall, there's several people walking in the same direction. In pairs of two with their hands up near their face and fists, all of whom have beards and sort of helmets with a pointed tip on the top. Then on the other side there's one guy with a spear, and his other arm some sort of fan or something. Looks like feathers coming out of kind of bound coming out of the fist. And facing him there's a guy almost doing a karate chop or something with an open hand raised. Transitions to some, it looks like a Greek and Roman sculpture. I was going to say Roman, but there's a sign that says Greek and Roman. Some pipes and with a drum in this one. Person standing over some sort of feline with a robe kind of draped over their shoulders, revealing penis and holding a staff with some sort of cone on top, which I've heard might represent pineal gland. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but that's something that's also associated with people with handbags that also have a cone in the other hand. So that's interesting. And across those people, there's, I don't know what rock this is made out of. Probably some hard rocks below. It doesn't really say. Yeah. Single time. I found it pretty warm in here. I walked through the gates to get in and noticed a stage here. Felt warm as I entered the Egyptian area. Kind of warrior battle scenes here. Not dated. There's not a lot of detail on these carvings. There's cavalry fighting, hand-to-hand combat. Some fairly detailed textile design on people's capes here and headless statues, feetless statues. Notice a lot of the Egyptian statues have their noses removed. amount of pictures taken in this place is probably incredible. So 3 people taking a picture of the same building, but it's, I guess, a reconstruction of some building in Greece or something. Just in a corner of the museum. It seems to be, this area is kind of under construction. There's like tarp covering. It's probably just beams. Parthenon. Whatever it is. It's a miniature. Fragments of the statue and attempted to be reconstructed. Just kind of like a foot and then a bust. The head's attached to the bust, but wasn't at one time. And I guess part of the leg up to it. It's from Metopa. Spirals. From carved in marble. Quilteria. Made of Acropolis. Cool design. Look like reconstruction here. Spirals with kind of a not a explosion kind of radiating out from the top. Spirals on the other side. Mirrored. Walking to the other room, which is mirrored from the other side. It's more Parthenon stuff. People on horses. A couple of them wearing helmets. Horses rearing. So the cape detail is probably interesting. Fences and depicting movements in fabric. Probably a subgenre in carving. Apparently they're painted and these ones in here. Open area in the museum surrounded with large bricks or resonant sound. Skylights throughout. I like the lighting. Similar scenes of people on horses. A lot of carvings, maybe, I don't know, 10 centimeters thick. Most of them are being broken. So they're not perfect squares, they're rectangles. Virtual sculptures, a lot of headless figures. Some sort of censure figure. Apparently it's popular in Greek art to look somebody straight. There's some figure kind of gripping the center by the neck. Surprised at how many horses are depicted. So, it's central to culture. Oh, yeah, there's a cow in this one. Two hikers bring up the rear of a procession of victims. The vertical folds of the handed furs draperies contrast pleasingly with the broad, flat flanks of the beasts. The show Freezy was completed with cattle led as sacrificial victims, cut and all carved over 7 blocks. Please the gods, the cattle had to go willingly to the altar. Frieze, yeah, not free. I guess they're technically bulls. Maybe some other person was a cow. Person balancing something on their head. Cushions to wheel down. A lot of people in lines and just kind of people on horses. Don't know better with the Pokemon. More censure grabbing a person by the throat. That's an interesting contrast to where that was depicted on the other side. Yeah, okay. The last line says his hair resembles a wig. The last line of the caption. It's fairly detailed horse head here. So mouth is kind of like his jaw seems to be draping down. Says the horse is weary from its night-long labor. Its eyes are bulging. You can see its veins, I don't really notice that. Another statue of a person fighting a censure. I don't know what to make of the Pokemon carving, so as far as ancient carvings go, it's kind of, I think it's kind of underwhelming. just a lot of the same kind of people on horses, and it's not a tremendous amount of detail. It'd be interesting though, the dating on that wasn't so maybe they were done at the same time or something. Years ago maybe? I guess. It's just red one. It's like 440 BC. Small statues, or maybe it's older. I don't know. It's probably up to date. Marble hide in the hole. 3rd or 2nd century BC. It's pretty detailed. Realistic. Nice glass. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, we do.
It's pretty. It's amazing. Metal one, but from over 2,000 years ago. There's some copper stuff here. Detailed paintings of water chug, swans and bull, Doro too. So actually learn. Some Greek letters on it, dotted lines, smudge bowl, shapes and picking leaves, I guess, around the neck of the boat. Some coins from 245 BC. Just think about David Graeber in debt. I was looking at coins in here the other day, paying mercenaries for essentially food stamps or something. Maybe I'm reducing that to something too simple, but that was my impression of it. Listening to a talk, I haven't read the book. Because it would take 5,000 years. Metal lines. It's a multi-nozzle, so I guess they were like pouring some sort of gas into the center and then having many flames come out. Kind of cool design. This one has 12, the other one has 3, the other one has 2. Kind of holes where I assume flames would come in. I don't know if you need a wick or it's just burning on the fumes. So there's a multi-nozzle lamp, so that's my impression. There's a leopard here, and it's like kind of funny. I don't know. Doesn't look like much of a leopard to me. Kind of just a weird kind of feeling. It's almost looks like a human, sort of, some sort of beast. More kind of warrior scenes. Giant statue of a horse, statue of a lion. museum's being roped off. Probably a 10-foot statue of a person over there. Heading to the mausoleum of Ali Nassus. Or maybe that's where they just exited. Another section of ancient Egypt. I don't think I've seen that. Some pillars inscribed in hieroglyphics and female sphinx here. Kind of some chimera, sort of, I guess, two beings merged on there. Might have wings too. And a serpent tail. Pair of paws sitting on its hind legs. Facial features, mouth is kind of drooped down. No details in the eyes. Might even painted them up on ears are fairly detailed, I guess. Swallow. Musculature on the legs. 4 toes. Sarcophagus. Kind of cool. Totally lined in hieroglyphics. The interior is lined as well. On the bottom there's like outline of a person, I think. There's a bird on top of the person's head. Some statue being lent for land here. This is cool. Cat with a gold nose ring and earrings. Fairly smooth curving, not a lot of detail. Just a cool form. Statues. 2.5 feet high. Someone kneeling with 2 round objects in their hands on top of their thighs. Hieroglyphics carved down to the front of each shoulder. Loincloth carved into their body. Hieroglyphics on the bottom. Ears are of a similar style to the one I mentioned before. It's actually the guy kind of sitting on his butt with his legs bent vertically. Ramses II sitting on some sort of chair here. Sarcophagus and Mermaids. It is like only 5 feet wide, it's not really 6 feet. '87. Oh, there's a stone boat here. Kind of seems like a joke object. Model boats carried by priests conveyed the statues of certain deities from temple to temple and processional feasts. I wonder if people have ever carried that boat in a ceremony. Seems arduous and unnecessary. People holding hands in this sculpture. 3D. Four sides to it. There's a group of people holding hands. Kind of cool. The rocks. Nice. I'd not describe it. There should be more what you want to do. It doesn't say, but it's like 4 different colors. Looks like there's some like glassy objects in it. There's reds and blacks. And kind of, it's probably some sort of silica. There's a Rosetta Stone right in the center of the gallery. There's a ton of people surrounding it. Pretty small print, probably only a centimeter high. At the top it's probably 2 centimeters, then it gets smaller. Actually, then it gets even smaller at the bottom. There's like 3 sections. Like 10 people trying to view it. From inside. Okay. That was Egypt and Roman Greece. Or at least the Parthenon.
Did you see the Easter Island statue?
Yeah, there's place selling sandwiches and pan de chocolate, pasta salad and Coca-Cola here, some donuts, wraps, water, postcards, table books. Free hand sanitizer next to their donation box. Fairly viscous hand sanitizer, kind of a lubricant. Smells strongly of alcohol. Automatically dispensed. Walked through this area yesterday. There's African artifacts. I'm feeling pretty bummed out in this room the other day, actually. I think I'll finish off the room with the Chinese artifacts. I think there's some other stuff from Asia around too. Yeah, I really enjoyed the jade artifacts. I thought it was super cool in this room. See what else there is. Giant incense burner. With dragons on it. Looks like the Pistons of Smoke, kind of in spiral relief. I guess maybe it's not relief, but it reminds me of relief. It's the metal, I think. The legs, they have some sort of face with, looks like horns coming out of it. don't know if this is the best design area of the museum. Kind of alcoves you can walk into, and there's cabinets with artifacts, but some of them have people walking into them, and it's difficult to traverse or get a good view of what's in the cabinets. Kind of ceramic sculptures there. Interesting colors, facial expressions are comical. Mythical creature roof tile. 500 years old or something. Maybe I thought it shows the dates once you fix it on the dates to maybe it's interesting. Some Buddha statue. Miniature house. Silk boots with cotton soles that are like an inch and a half high. More kind of ceramic stuff. The colors are nice. I don't know. I think it's kind of boring. Ivory fan, which is incredibly ornate. A lot of detail on that. It's cool to look at. There's ivory artifacts in North America in one of the other rooms I noticed the other day. I was thinking about the politics of using ivory for carvings. I guess it's probably different if you're living in hundreds of years ago. There's a bow, which is fairly interesting. I haven't thought about ivory as useful for bows. I feel like, I don't know why it'd be useful for a fan. I guess it's just decoration or for cultural capital. So I guess they're slightly heavier. Maybe it helps the fan flow air, or maybe it's slightly more rigid. Really cool design. Another, I guess he moved into India, a Ganesha statue. I don't know what this is made of. There's a lot going on in there. Hands are fairly interesting. Smaller person on its knee. It says his consort is the person on his knee. Okay, I thought this whole room was India, but I guess it just transitions, or it was China, but I guess it just transitions to India. Looks like there's some Neolithic stuff here, some stone points, primitive axe. a skull from 256,000 years ago. I know when these tools are from, it doesn't really say. It's also like some sort of spear lined with points in series down the shaft of the stick. Apparently these are from South India. Looking at there's Chennai, there's primitive tools, and there's some metal ones from other places in South India. Some sculptures, some bowls, copper tools, blades, depictions of bulls, it looks like, plus their dogs. Oh. They're saying they're anthropomorphic. These ones don't have legs, the ones that are depicted. Oh no, it's cattle. Okay. Yeah. It's my glass bead. Carnelian. It's agate. Gujarat. I wonder how they carve through those. They're heating them? It's kind of like a diagram. Are they hollow though? Is it just the way that the blocks are? It's interesting.
Das war gut, sind
India Greek crossover. Around turn of the 0 BC, I guess. I don't know enough about history or anything intelligent, but there's some sort of class. I think it's pretty intricate. They come along with some metal plates with like calling them ritual dishes. I guess they're stone apparently. It's metal to me. Oh, it's silver. The other ones are stone around it. It's in an Indian style, but the carvings are influenced by Greek mythology. I guess this interesting thing about the fusion of culture and deep history, people moving around. I guess maybe it's not deep history, it's still very good crystal goose that understand how it was made. It looks like it's something you could get with a bottle of vodka or something. It's shot glass. Or they really, how do they melting glass or casting that? Like, I don't understand how that's possible. Chateau Ravalli disc was pretty cool. Just leaves and then just a circular fashion. It's pretty simple. I like it. I guess you could try and find cool soundscapes in here. I tried to come on Sunday and there was a line to get in. It was probably be more interesting to get more chattering voices. I feel like it's better to be when it's quiet than I should be able to see things. So, Stonehead of 39 Archaea. Interesting thing about ethnicity and depictions and statue. Matira, sculpture stuff, hand on a hip, humanoid figure with like a boar head. Carrying some sort of humanoid on its elbow, left elbow, and pointed out head facing the sky. This group fest up here, a lot of detailed relief of this block of rock, and it's in a kind of spiral and flowing patterns coming out of the mouth of some approaching humanoid. I guess it depicts smoking. Pretty cool. And to the left of it, there's kind of poses. It seems tribal. Giant testicles on one and the middle figure. Kind of playful body positions. Says the temples were built 400 AD. So the door jamb from a temple dedicated to Shiva.
Check your back.
Into West India now. And Jain deities. A lot of detail kind of framing central figures. There's Harihara, or Vishnu Shiva. Behind the head, there's the main figure. There's circular kind of radiating designs, maybe similar to some medieval architecture or medieval paintings, depictions of sort of auras or halos behind people. behind this one statue, small statue, there's a mirror to show that behind the statue there's kind of like a person's headdress or something curves down their back and switchbacking. It's interesting. Museum design, I guess. Towards the end, Kara's similar style of just the main statue with kind of framed by ornate carvings. People depicted in there. Hawker Alloway figures. Just found my legs hurting all of a sudden. Interesting hands in the Chola kingdom depicting Shiva. Hands are just making different gestures. Fingers are kind of bent because they're taking care of. That might have something to do with the technology that they're made of. Maybe that's in their apparently it was like 600 to 800 AD. I don't know, I think I mentioned earlier in some of the previous ones that the hands were interesting too, so it might be a common feature. Okay, so I was like half of the India exhibition. I did the one side. Kind of tired of it. But I kind of walked through that fairly quickly. I might just try and go quickly through this side. See if anything catches my eye and move on to another area. I think it's getting newer and newer. I don't know, he's like 1,000 years old. It's a metal person in a cave. That's kind of cool. It's a person sitting in a lotus. A Buddha figure. And a mandala. Actual yeah. Actual looks metal. I don't know what that is. I thought it was a ceramic kind of metal hatch or something. I read the captions talking about Voyager expeditions and how to get it. Stuff from the Kashmir. I want to go vape, I think I can just go to the front area and vape. But $18 cigarettes. Too, but I don't think you're allowed to smoke. Vaping's more inconspicuous. Some ceramics, some coins. That looks like fish scale. There's a picture on this. Nice pool. Got a giraffe. Inlaid with ivory. Yeah, this is a cool section. All these ones are cool. Yeah, it looks like an instrument. Some soldering ball. It's ivory. Incense burner. Gola stones. I don't look like wigs. British, India, possibly. Some metalware and some books. A sword. Alright. Yeah, I might sit down for a while and advise her. There's some other stuff. A few other items of Asian artifacts. I'm not sure if there's anything else aside from that I haven't seen. I'm trying to find a map of New Zealand. Yeah, I guess there's the central room. I think there's a special exhibition about women or feminism. I read the title and I thought it was kind of off-putting. Oh yeah, it's like every year it says feminine power of the divine to the demonic. So, I don't know, I think it's gonna... maybe it's true, it's just words, but it's a dichotomy between divine being and demonic. I don't know if either of those exist proper. It's talking about spectrums earlier, maybe it's just a way of creating some sort of one and two. Maybe I'll go in there next. That room. It's upstairs in this kind of circular central building within the main atrium. Below it, there's the gift shop. You can buy mugs for $11.99 with the Rosetta Stone text printed on it. A sort of snow globe with a Rosetta Stone in it. A mango book by the British Museum. I'm gonna go in the handicap washroom. I'm not supposed to record in washrooms for soundscapes. So. I know how to flush my... can start drawing whenever it's clean the house dry. Working on my legs. Walk out and there's 2 older ladies waiting in line.
Vale, vale, vale.
Yeah, the roof is a bunch of triangles letting in light, testing kind of triangles into the far wall. Interesting lighting. So all the walls are kind of white rock. I just call everything marble. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's fake, maybe it's amateur. I just have to avoid security for a quick phase if this is possible. Sure, I won't mind. I'm not supposed to sit on the steps. Ice cream sale, there's hot dogs over there, a couple food trucks. Front of the museum is giant pillars lining in early, I don't know, 20 or 30 or something. Lines of 2 near the very front. The top, the pillar, the spirals near, and they're kind of raised running up the spiral, or up the pillar. It's a handrail. The end of it's kind of weathered. There's a decoration. It's kind of a flower. Might be copper. It looks kind of green, but it's been weathered. Looks like a section of the set maybe broke, and they've replaced a portion of it with kind of a rhombus. The entrance, the doorway to the museum is designed. The top has a spiral. And there's probably a name for that shape. Kind of similar to that Egyptian shape I was trying to describe earlier. It might be an overt reference, I'm not sure. Made several times and I don't really feel satisfied. Usually only takes 2. Guess it's not going to get any better. Got a bento box from Wasabi Sushi, which is like incredibly salty noodles and some like coated chicken and some sauce. It was okay. There's sushi and sushi roll, fried sushi roll and sushi nigiri. I could have oh no, one's been sitting there. And it was about the same price as the bento box. I'm gonna climb the stairs into the feminine area. This woman in a mini skirt taking a picture of a woman in a leather jacket with pink hair. Interesting timing. I say, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't comment on specific people. thought it was interesting. Fashion. It's interesting. I'm wearing my last clean shirt and sweatpants and $10 flats from Sports Direct. Sneakers, is that cooler? Let's gonna buy some Adidas. They were similar to the shoes I had before, but I backed out at the last second because I saw these and I don't know, I think I'll just buy some shoes online, that's the point. I have shoes at home, I don't think need to buy more. I know this exhibit is then. It's like a restaurant up here. Mesopotamia section. Elevator. So it might be downstairs then. The woman taking a comically ass photo with people sitting at long tables. Story below. Person with a selfie stick taking a selfie in front of the pillars. Okay, I found the entrance to the exhibit. Do you need a special ticket to get in? Okay, thank you. Do you know how much it costs?
15.
Okay, great, thank you. Have a good day. I'm not really down to pay £15 for half an hour exhibit or whatever, so I guess I won't be critiquing the feminine divines or demonic exhibit. Go check out some stuff from ancient Mesopotamia instead. It's a great current restaurant here. Two-course lunch for 23 euros, bottle of wine for the same price. Alright, I think pound, I guess, should be more accurate. I actually didn't have the currency written, it's just a number. Okay, it's really old advertised here. And it's the Potomac area, if you're a fan. Being coaxed to end the recording because it's boring. It might be a good idea. I don't know, might as well keep it going. You mean picturing in this photo? A long time ago. Yeah, it's true that I don't have very many great insights into any of these artifacts. I haven't studied archaeology or art history in depth, so I don't know. Still layman's account of some things that catch my eye. Some stuff I might look up earlier or later. Mesopotamia. Agriculture, I guess, or agriculture, or cities and stuff. There's a lot of jewelry. A lot of stone pottery here. Jars, I guess. I don't know how that was done. That's pretty amazing. I guess these ones might be more obvious. Still just boring them out, but I don't know. Some of the ones from ancient Egypt are kind of baffling. They don't really have any here, as far as I could tell. Or many, anyway. There's liars here. Yeah, I guess they probably just used a harder stone to spinning in some fashion to carve down. Probably use water. And just probably take a lot of manpower and a long time to make those. And there's still a lot of stuff left. I'm getting tired. It's one of these liars. They said it was found in the Great Death Pit. That was a funny name for a place. It was made of wood. Prism with right angles. A gift to the weather god, apparently, from Iraq. Sipa. Another thing from southern Iraq, a terracotta plaque with a hole in the tree. And the tree has spirals coming out of each side. Half the statue seems to be broken. Similarities in the Babylonian stones here to ancient Egypt, I think, as far as kind of 2D figures facing one way, and ways, and kind of hieroglyphics or writing on the side. Taylor prism's pretty cool too. It's 2 for hexagon. Or octagon, I mean. And the rock. Syrian tablets, library. writing on kind of pillars, small pillars. Other stuff. Hang-up tape, steel. Interesting. Pretty detailed, but small. But it's still in there. Just making impressions with stuff, passing them into phones or using ink or something. Wow. I'm kind of overwhelmed at this point. There's a ridiculous amount of stuff. I didn't realize there was the second floor. Ancient Iran strip. Sphinx from 358 BC. Kind of really similar to the Syrian Egyptian style. Kind of the Alexander the Great destroyed place it was built. That's just called the winged male Sphinx. From Persepolis? Kind of a bowl with procession of men with beards, pretty much must look the same, but objects in each one of their hands. A few of them, a couple of them in a row have ropes in their hands. Other people seem to have jars or pots. Looks like kind of fragments of some stone relief. There's 3 horses in a row with reins from the 9th century BC. Same wall. There's a camel depicted in the possession of people, and at the end of it, there's a person descend on a donkey. It looks like, or a horse. I thought this whole section was ancient Iran, but it moves into ancient Europe pretty quickly, so we'll go to the other side of the area and look at the rest of the Iranian stuff. Oh, there's like a lion with a handle coming out of the back, and they're calling it a lion weight. It's 31 kilograms. old stuff here. So a head, a couple smallish heads, some jewelry, just, bowls, and some sort of container for liquid with a handle. Just quite a bit of gold. It's fairly thick. Probably interesting way they quarried it. Or traded for or whatever was quarried. Flattish stuff. Kind of engravings into it. Downstairs in the Americas section, there was some Peruvian gold. It's the first that I've ever seen. I think this stuff seems more. The carvings seem more sophisticated. I guess. A lot of it seems to be. I guess it was probably cast, or maybe they're molding it. There's like miniature chariot too. With 4 horses on a line, 2 people on the chariot, horizontal line. Yeah. Maybe that's not how it was. There once upon a time, I wonder where they found that. The 4 horses. Reconstructed that way after finding 4 of them. It's a good point. And that's my attention. Maybe they did research, and I don't really know much about chariots. I remember watching a TV show on the Cyprus earlier in the year, and they're trying to reconstruct how chariot archers shot bows. And the guy was pretty amateur at it, and eventually figured out that kneeling was way easier. Some funerary pots here. It's simple design. I think it's tasteful. I think those were also from Iran. And moving into ancient Britain here. Silver stone tools. Years ago, or 2,000, oh no, 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. These stone bowls, some from the same era. Pretty interesting. Kind of engraved, one that has protrusions all around it. And that's what those are used for, those ceremonial game or hunting or wood. It's cool. It's a flint knife. There too from the same era. I don't know, I guess it's pretty loose dating, spanning 1,000 years. I don't know how they're dating them. I guess they're probably kind of buried. Way less sophisticated. There's like stone blades that, I don't know, doesn't seem that hard to imagine, but stone bowls seem to be pretty intricate. today. There's a Copper Age in Britain, 2500 BC, apparently. There's a copper point here. There's like stone drums here, which is interesting. In the same area. Found it in Folkestone. I don't know why they think they're drums. It doesn't really say. I guess maybe they have interesting pottery properties. There's some pottery here. Gold here, gold amulets found in Washington by 2000 BC. Stone axe, the kind of wooden haft they call it. 3700 to 3100 BC in Meathead Tarn, Cumbria, England. There's to be the oldest stuff, there's some other blades. So we've got some volcanic bullets shipped away. Some from Eton, Cambridgeshire, saddle quern and rubbing stone. They're saying it's quartzite. And there's no quartzite in the area, so it must have been brought in from somewhere. There's a skeleton here. Parnak burial. Some more gold, there's pottery, sword, Bronze Age stuff, shield. More modern British stuff, some more metals, cool design here. It's a card axle inlays and decorations. Probably cast of some sort. It's so cool. Spear points, some more pottery. Actually, it kind of looks like these are wheel thrown pots. They almost look like rock. Classical panlips and lotus flowers, palmettes and lotus flowers in early Celtic era. similar to what I was mentioning before. And cart, parts. Orange helmet here. Found in the river Thames by Waterloo Bridge. It's from 150 to 50 BC apparently. Wonder how they dated that. Wonder what was in the river. It's kind of got like beads or something where it's being welded or joined. Almost looks like fabric. Cutaways, and there's 3 circles on the front, around the forehead, where it's kind of a cross-hatched pattern with a point in the middle. That was a mirror, bronze mirror. Kind of funny calling it a mirror now. I wonder how much of a reflection you can get off that if it's polished. Now I'm noticing the reflections of the glass cases. It's kind of tricky. What a bronze jewelry. This is gold. It looks gold to me, but I read wrong, so I don't know. A lot more metal blades. I can psychoanalyze myself. There's horse harnesses here, and I always thought they looked like handcuffs. It's like, how do they fit people's hands into the handcuffs? Yeah. This is cool. It's like a frying pan. This is for preparing wine in France or Italy. And it was found in a grave with the human inside, grenade inside the urn, or a wooden bucket, Tim Brown's. That's the hills for a bucket there. Glass bowl here, green glass is pretty cool. It's cremation grave too. Third heath. Oh, so cool. Cremation beds, North Thames. There's a bunch of funerary artifacts, and there's circular rocks with designs on them. Colorful. Iron Age coinage. Stamped. Some cool designs, I guess. Not much writing, but depictions of people, depiction of a horse, one head, and sober. Maybe there's something on the other side. I don't know, it shows both sides. I should have put it outside. see them with people's heads, but there's just as many showing horses. Glass jar from the 1st century in London. Kind of amazing. It's burned bones inside of it at one point. Looks like it's been shredded and reconstructed, unless... I don't know, I guess that's probably evidence that it doesn't mention that. Textiles.
It's cheaper for the company, but
Phones. I guess I can be reflexive in purpose of speaking. So A, it's entertaining. Maybe I'm a narcissist. Tried to take a couple notes with the name of the thing, where it's found, and a couple descriptive passages about it, and just make people to find it on the internet. Just kind of my thinking at this point. Only address that because I was instructed to do so. Like fossilized fungus from a while ago. It's kind of cool. Waving pools. Spoons. Metal stuff. Iron nails. Some of this is a bronze tap, but looks like a pipe to me. I wonder if it's even used as a pipe. It's got a wolf's head on it. Yeah, you'd assume if there's claiming it's from an aqueduct or something, they found others like it. Silver spoons and lights on them. A lot more metalware, Metal Ages. pattern of some sort. It's used in Holy Communion. It's size of the biblical verbs. It's metal pan shaped thing. Could be used for that. I guess for other pretty specific purpose. It's used to rush it. Wire. I don't know. I'm kind of losing interest here. It's been several hours, questioning my attention span. It's 2 hours, it's really not that much. Legs or smoke. Some more European stuff. I'm just going to move quickly through this area. Drinking horn. It's interesting ceremonial. Probably inefficient. Interesting motor sound for this horn right there. Yeah, viewing stuff from the Middle Ages just kind of takes the mystery out of creation of stuff in a lot of ways. A lot of people are clearly good at working with metal, and I don't find it nearly as interesting as some stuff from thousands of years earlier. Christian iconography and some of these other gods. Yeah, maybe I'm fine with mystery also. Maybe people that study it don't think it's mysterious, but I'm sure there's more questions as far as where techniques originated. I don't know. Where stuff was sourced, etc. That's probably, I guess you could ask the same questions of this stuff as from the Middle Ages. I guess maybe this room might not even be technically the Middle Ages. I don't know when the Middle Ages started. It says it's AD 300 to 1100, so whatever that's called. It's pre-Middle Ages, early Ages or something. Yeah. 48. That was the forceful voice. Cool glass object here, 1851. It's called a glass decanter by George Backus and Sons from Birmingham. BACCHUS. Porcelain stoves and vases and glasses. Some porcelain statues. There's a lot of might be like what you expect in British Museum. Bronze plates, bronze urns, and stuff. And the dishes with paintings. There's one with Romulus and Remus here. Oh, this is interesting. This is cool. It's a pine cone bottle in the 17th century. It's kind of red on the inside of the glass and red at the back. That's all the information I have. And it's from the collections of E.W. Cook, RAMLA 1880, 6-17, 8. I don't know if that metadata will be useful. Scissors from 1570 here. Some measuring tools. Looks like a magnifying glass. I think that's just to see the writing on the measuring tool. Some more coins here, all of which have people's heads on them. 16th century mostly. Played this fan, just a motor sound that I would define pretty annoying. So it kind of sounds like Rex Alty. It needs like a high-pitched tone above it. South Asia here, and there's some like paintings and clothing styles. Central Asia, and I'm not really sure how this stuff's grouped. There's a Palestinian headdress, Sufism. This is cool. Oh, it probably doesn't. Or I'll say that there's a steel peacock here from Iran. It was donated by Imre Schwager in 1912. This scale's got like engravings on it. the museum was kind of like the order of things, some like class or ages and area. I don't know if that's like square of me. I guess they kind of are. It's just kind of contrasting cultures, and I guess there's similarities in a lot of the things. Maybe it's good. No, not good. There's a globe here from 1265, or 1256, 1265. It's made out of bronze. Just thinking, I saw an early globe that was from the 1700s and thought it was cool, like the British library. I guess I could try and get the name of it. I've read it in. Hulagu. It's from Iraq, I guess. I don't know what that is. Probably just on the Wikipedia page for the or something. So that area they just called the Islamic world. A lot of artifacts from a few different places. Moved pretty quickly through it. Still have that section of Asia to look at. I think that might be the rest of it. Last section on 1050 to 1500 year chessboards, gestures carved out of ivory or quartz or something. Doesn't say what the carved out. I guess maybe it's marble. Probably is. Maybe it is that room. I'll probably find a photo of it. There's been 20 taken of it today. Like, there's a map. I'm here with a pendulum moving. It's pretty silent. There's another one moving here. Actually, it appears in London or something. I don't know if you heard that click. Spins one way then the other every second or two. And at some point it kind of unwinds a bunch and there's weights going down strings that are putting the gears in motion on pulleys. Pocket watches from the 16th century. This brass watch from 1560 looks like it's the earliest one. Think about it in relation to Central Park Towers. And I think that's a cool idea. The ability of people, I don't know, central arbiter time or control, I guess. Liken it to cell phones. Time, ability, just cell phone booths or online. I know how to get out of here. It's great. There's no sign now. There's bike instructor here and see them. Cool rock beads. Icelandic fashion. Swedish. pretty small section on Vikings. There's a worker there. I probably could ask him how to get to there. Whatever. I'm just gonna walk this way. It's taking a few minutes longer to get over to that area. I guess I could go for a cigarette or pretty cool. Possibly sit down on the legs of some sort. It's kind of fun not forcing myself to focus on the artifacts and just being able to observe people in the museum watching or looking at artifacts. Probably a good place for people watching. There's like CCTV cameras all around. It might be interesting to, I don't know, it's probably metadata as far as how people looking at artifacts in museums, as far as proximal relations to objects and each other, observation, looking at certain things. I don't know what else might be interesting. Yeah, you could look at people's clothing or styles, I guess, individually or collectively.
What am I added?
Okay, I haven't been in this section yet. It's just way more stuff than anticipated. It's kind of a, I don't know if you can call it spiral staircase or stairs descending in a spiral. There's more jade stuff I haven't seen yet. Can I read what the Chinese word is you? A yeah? Yoshi? Yoshi?
Bank's not far. Hubbards not far. So.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
Can you do that like an attack there? Yeah, so you want to do short.
It's kind of blue. Oranges. And white. What's the turquoise here? Look at course the green.
This is the correct one.
Tool marks on some of those shades. Doesn't stand to it.
How does this go up?
I guess more recently in the past 100 years they're using steel, silicon, carbide, diamond. I kind of find it hard to believe of making these it's just on tools to make those right angles in ways. I guess it's possible to just take a scale discs, or found there's quite a few of those, and they're incredibly flat and pretty much perfect circle, the perfect circle on the inside. Pretty interesting thing about that shape. Pretty obviously real. Disc circled by feet with the some animal clothing, humanoids. 1000 BC or so. It was cool. I didn't spend as much time in the area as probably could have right away. I think I'm going to try and research that area more in depth online, see what I can find. I'm sure there's some theories about it. Maybe researching in China online is more challenging than other cultures. Just because of translation, but I'm sure there's information out there. I didn't realize there was a special room dedicated to jade, but it was taken by the one area, or just the one cabinet I had, and the main room for some Chinese artifacts. So, look for the vape that I won't feel. I'm going to walk across the entire museum again. And then probably walk across the entire museum again for another half an hour or something, looking at some other stuff. But maybe it's worth it to get this beautiful soundscape. I don't know, I was kind of being facetious. I don't really. I'm kind of disorienting to hear. It sounds like going off the stone walls.
Oh, it was the
That would be a cool time lapse to see this far wall with these triangles moving across the wall and the kind of skylight on the roof. several people seated on the stairs now. Some people in the cafe, some museum workers standing around. Wondering if I should have a cigarette and wondering what the worst that could happen is. Yeah, I guess it's obvious that I get kicked out. Maybe that's not the worst, but I guess that's the worst possible thing. Probably done 80% of it. Probably just gonna have a cigarette and see what happens. I don't know if there's any garbage cans around though. There's one right there. I mean, yeah, people should be up there. That's how long I was smoking earlier. I bought foam walls and they have the flow filter, which is like half a foam filter, then the end is kind of hollowed out in a cylinder, also made of foam. I think the smoke's going to be better, making more flavor. Also bought a lighter. It's a reusable lighter. I think it's pretty inefficient. Flame's pretty big, but not that much fuel. Pretty sure it was only like 30p or something, or 35, so 30 soon. It's pretty windy outside. Pretty clouds. It's just windy. Skylarks here in the sun. Try and face away from the current security guards when I smoke. Maybe because I'm paranoid. I'm not sure. That decision. I glanced over. So. I think I recognized one of the guys. Actually, I asked him. Oh, it was just the guy I asked how like the museum was open. And I was thinking it was open till 11 because I saw it on Wiki Travel. It's only open till 5. I was wondering. Maybe it was open at 11 at one point. It's just outdated information. It's probably what happened. It's the problem with wikis, I guess, is they don't always get updated. You can just edit those. I don't think you need an account. I could edit it myself. It'd be a bit smart. This would be my donation to the museum. Man with a broom and a rolling receptacle. Another person smoking, or maybe I gave her permission by smoking. I don't know what give her permission is. I mean, that's like confidence shit or something, but whatever. Maybe that's what it's supposed to be. Got like a relation. I remember an English teacher. So professor gave her permission to write. I don't remember the exact context of the story, but it's authority figures. I don't know if I'm imagine myself as an authority figure or something. If that's a good relation. Whatever. Is permission and confidence, are those interrelated? I haven't seen the mummies here. There's a whole bunch of, there's a whole other section of the museum I haven't seen. I don't know what to do. I kind of wanted to see the Japan part. I think there's a Korea part. About 2 hours before it closes. I think I'll just try and look through it quickly. It's more of it's kind of rhombuses and steps. There's a square in the middle of the step here. Another one. wonder how that would have got damaged. There's wood flooring up here. Probably be interesting to know where the wood was cut. Should probably find that out. Clock from 1589. Carillon clock. This is literally where I was. Maybe I already looked at this area. Okay, that's kind of reassuring, I guess. All that stuff to look at. So overwhelmed by the amount of things here. Just wander through people. Wow. Boxes. It's pretty crowded up here. It's a tour. I might stop and listen to the tour for a second.
It's a bird. The nose is the body of the bird. The moustache is its tail. The wings are the eyebrows. And then the bird dragon creature is the head coming up into the suction. They've got little darling eyes.
I didn't really see the bird. I think it's an interesting interpretation. The tail is the mustache. The mustache is the tail. I think something like that is worth playing. They were looking at some helmets, some perfect bronze helmet from the Middle Ages. I don't know when the Middle Ages were. I think it was around the 11th century or something. Europe somewhere. Yeah, if I had to hazard a guess, I guess it's Middle Ages or later. What makes metal metal? Yeah, if I had some part, I could pretty easily just Google it. I can guess and look stupid as the non-derivatives suggest. True as well. Easy things to look up is trivia. Look up trivia. These are cool. Defiance Bank with cartouche of Malenkin, Faince space ANKH, MALENAQEN. Female McKin. Door hinge here, bronze door hinge. 700 to 650 BC. Broom, palm leaf broom. Looks fairly modern design. Probably hasn't changed much in 1,000 years, 2,000 years. guess I could try and describe it. Obviously, there's a lot of different styles. It's kind of like three bunches bound together, like wrapped. I don't know how many different strands there are. I think only two. Two on the outside are bent at the top and bound. There's one in the middle. They're from Qasr Ibrim in Egypt, I guess. Okay, there's more Egyptian stuff here. Here's some of the stone pots that are fascinating. These jars, I guess they're calling, are vessels. There's like a small opening, then they get wider in the middle of it, or the base of it. Pretty amazing. This one's from the first dynasty. It's, I don't know, it's about and a half wide or something. Some andesite ones here. There's also limestone breccia ones. It's andesite porphyry. Says the skills were perfected in the late pre-dynastic period. Says the jars were restricted to temples and royalty. And there's a wall carving of stone vessel making in the tomb of Neri Ruka in the 6th dynasty, Saqqara, Mereruka. Sakura, Saqqara. Looks like they have sticks that they're pushing down into the vessels themselves. And below the hands on the sticks, there's kind of two symmetrical ovals, kind of resembles penis and testicles. In the background there's hieroglyphics and two people, one sitting on it, one knee with one knee up, and the other guy's on his butt with his knees bent vertically. Maybe I'll try and walk out through the jade exhibit. You know, that's how to use it anyway, if I can find it. And pirate some information from it. It's copy OS loaded term. I guess I could have taken photos of things. I wonder how much of this you can find online. I'm sure people take photos of this every single day. I'm sure all these things have been photographed hundreds or thousands of times. So. I haven't looked at the website. It'd be cool if they had online versions of the museum that you could just browse through and learn about. stone tools. It's probably an interesting history. Some fish-hooks. Looks like some arrows. Spear tips that are also somewhat serrated. Where this is a wooden sarcophagus? Make an end of it. Pretty clearly it is actually. Or maybe they're just calling the coffins if there's a technical definition. It's also Egyptian. Some wooden statues. I wonder how these are preserved. They painted them. There's gold on it. Oh, it's carved from wood. It's pretty interesting. I wonder where they're from the trees. It's obviously a massive tree. I guess we would say metadata from it. This is a statue of King Ramses IX from the 20th dynasty, and found in Tomb 6 of the Valley of Kings. They're also standing on blocks of wood, which are, I don't know, 4.5 by 3 feet or something, by 9 inches or something. A bunch of smaller carvings from like here. There's a ram-headed deity with its hands in the groups pointed out each side, sitting on the throne. Looks like most of the coffins are carved from one piece of wood too. Surprisingly able to find trees of that size. There's a lot of these coffins. Probably 20 or 30. Like across a tombstone. It's an offering too. I don't know what's it. I guess it's just associating with coffin. It's papyrus, drawings, and text. Some map here. It's kind of interesting. Looks like a map. Field of reeds. Yeah, I don't think it is a map, but it's first impression. Calcite bases here, it's pretty cool. Someone's translation. Fabulous. Figures of Isis, so she's like covering her eyes on her knees.
What's that, dude?
of a cat.
Yeah, I've got about 6 years.
So I wonder if they, binding's pretty cool as far as the inside is removing. It's pretty crowded in the center of this room. So big glass cases and can't really stand more than 2 people abreast with a blocking wall there. Oh, this looks like a Hodro here, 1500 BC. With the bronze bit on the end of it. Interesting. There's also mummified bulls. It's interesting to have mummies. Try and make it look like the animal. Unless they're just wrapping the horns and ears. I wonder if there's actually horns in there. Covered in cloth. I guess also like that there's eyes. The eyes would be like a different color for why their eyes would be. So it's just covered in cloth. They took time to make it resemble the animal. It's an instrument. Some sort of string instrument. Flutes, wooden flutes. It's a arch wooden harp. Looks like there's some sort of hide or paper covering kind of resonant cavity at the bottom of it. Harps from Thebes. Some woven shoes here. Some chairs. Made out of wood. There's one with kind of a wicker area for where you put your butt. I guess Greek Empire, like artifacts found in Italy in this room. A lot of pottery and terracotta stuff. Bronze helmet. A lot of the pottery has paintings of people on it, and designs, symmetrical designs. Kind of resembling fountains or palms or something. Just a lot of spirals too. It's one of the terracotta things, some spiral. I almost said that, but I thought it'd be repeating myself or seeing just less of spirals. So also a terracotta figure of some guy making a kind of goofy face, kind of playful. There's a lot of depictions of animals too. It's mostly paintings of people and standing and lounging, grapes and vines and leaves. There's one of a dolphin here, made in Apulia, mother of a hen, pretty as clearly as a cock, but full of a hen. It's kind of a I think it's the Nanthian Wanachu. It's paintings, different styles of bird and some sort of vine. Ram board. Up from the Castelluccio culture, made in Sicily, 22 to 2000, 2200 to 2000 BC, and the crosshatch design as a hand line. Might be the oldest thing in here for that region. A bronze volute crater bowl for mixing wine and water. And it has is that what that is? It might be instead of, I don't know, anyway, there's another guy making a funny face. He's making a trope anyway. Oh, here's a chariot with 4 horses. It's a terracotta group with Zeus driving a 4-horse chariot from Apulia, 300 to 200 BC. I don't know what you need 4 horses. I think horses were smaller back in the day. Maybe nutrition of horses, maybe they didn't have as much energy because they're underfed or just less muscular in general and broke out overweight. So. Someone suggested that they could be used for food, I guess. Having food source, maybe it's a way of bringing your meal with you, or trading goods or something. It could probably be a 3-horse chariot at some point. That figurine had a bar across the back of the 4 horses, kind of connecting them. I don't know if that's how it was done in that culture, or if it was just useful for the design for the figurine. But it's kind of interesting. There's furnace waste and alloys and stuff left over from metals, a slag, smelting and casting process. So Also metal tools from 1200 BC from Cyprus. Introduced to Cyprus within 2500 BC. Maybe that's not significant. They're suggesting that it on aging and introductions of metals to places. It's probably true. I think there's claim to read fact is trivia and claim you don't need to know it. And now self-defense mechanism for being stupid. The Etruscan world. It's metalworking, I don't know, it's not that captivating to me. Maybe I need to learn more about history of metalworking. I guess it's minerally unique, and finding the minerals, casting them is probably a cool process for history. Yeah, so it just seems kind of, maybe it's just like it seems easy to do today, so it seems less interesting. Yeah, I guess ancient kilns are pretty interesting. I remember watching Freedom of Technology, the YouTube channel. A guy can create super high temperatures using a clay furnace and fans made out of wood or clay to bring air into the chamber and create extreme temperatures. I'm not really sure how primitive people melting stuff or more primitive, I don't know. I guess this is only 3,000 years ago. And prior to that, the Rekiism I thought of earlier this year, late 2021, sharp terracotta. It tastes like a sharp terracotta. One liner. A bunch of bronze mirrors here. Ceremonial rattle here, it's kind of cool, kind of Y shape with 5 discs of North America. It doesn't say, but it says 2 ceremonial rattles carved from ivory grown in shell, Etruscan about 3rd century BC. So, it looks like the handle in the Y part's shaped from ivory and bone. I don't really see where the shell is. Might be that one, but the top of the Y is kind of a feline's mouth and a stick going through, and it runs. There's beads or discs and a line across that rod or stick or whatever. basically just listening now. It's like tempted to mention someone like sitting on the carpet writing or tracing one of the objects or referencing it. So, went on to my last couple minutes before I mentioned the rattle. And subsequently after. This is pretty strange. Kind of reminds me of those Codex Seraphinas. There's a marble sculpture showing an African acrobat on a crocodile. From the Tentrate tribe of Egypt. Famous for diving on the backs of crocodiles in the Nile. Crocodiles were first exhibited in Rome in 58 BC, and the crowd loved them. And they had performances there. That's cool. I didn't get the reference, but I guess that was probably a reference in that book. Immersed in the world of history and art history today. I think in the depiction it's like a series of, they kind of mesh into one. Some of it's kind of sexual. That was my remembering of it. Just the way the bodies intertwine. I might be misremembering. Maybe it's in there, but maybe I'm gonna look it up. I was trying to remember to try and find that painting, see if it's close to what I remember it being, or imagining it. I don't know, maybe it isn't circle. Maybe I should put that onto it, project that energy towards it. The sun just came up from behind the clouds. Kind of pyramid prison, maybe, I don't know what you call that. Some sort of prison skylight. There's 10 of them or something across this room. Cool mosaic here showing fish. Piazza Armina, Sicily. Colors are subdued but interesting. Frames, gold rock. Glassware here from 70 AD, kind of fascinating. Maybe they're blowing glass. Maybe I'm silly for not realizing they're blowing their faces and things. How stupid is that? They're not silly. There's another mosaic here. Glass blowing was discovered in 60 BC in what is now Israel. Probably hallucinating how glass was made. I don't know the history of glass, I guess. Apparently it didn't take long to diffuse across Europe. And that technology, technique, grading technology. The glass flask here from the 3rd century AD. Oh. I don't know, I said that I think it's BC. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, I guess there wasn't really evidence that Jeffrey was that quickly. I guess it is not that far. It's probably an interesting history than technique spread across the world. I think the other one said 70 AD and they were saying it was 60 BC, so sure, probably doubt it took 130 years for that technique to get out. Yeah, I guess there's probably plus or minus some dating too. Yeah, I guess if you contend maybe it originated elsewhere, but the sign wasn't very detailed with what their evidence is to suggest that it was actually originated there. Probably be an interesting thing to research. Try and research more about history of glassware and ancient world. Another mosaic. Yeah, someone suggested pointillism. It's kind of similar. It's different from afar and up close, and different angles. Kind of trippy, I guess. Those are trippy. I don't know, I can't describe what it is. Maybe I'll try and argument later. I think I associate it with one painter from the Vancouver area that was doing pointillism, and I haven't been able to find out his name. I think I saw it on some TV program or something. Yeah, they gave me an answer one in many. Maybe I would have came to that answer if they were asking the trope I mentioned before. I wasn't going to get there on my own, so get to that point, I mean. Food strainer from the 1st century AD. That's interesting. Baking pan for cakes. Rolls from 1st century AD too. And both of those are made out of metal. A whole section on money here. start. Google World Terminal. I guess we could continue the study of whether or not coins have faces on them. One thing I'm interested in, I guess the composition of metals of coins is probably interesting too. I think that's an interesting feature, and it kind of relates to central powers. Trying to define fascism earlier. I went on Wikipedia and there's a whole page on different other people's definitions, and one of them was belief in a central ruler, so might be ties there. It's kind of a tongue-in-cheek suggestion that I may be tied, but it's proto-fascism or something. Yeah, that's true. And other people were claiming that it was anti-materialist, so maybe I don't know, has money always been linked to material goods? Service economy. Okay, kind of lost again in the museum, trying to make my way through the Japan Korea section. I think I'm pretty much done here. Yeah, I went to buy cigarettes today with MasterCard and it didn't work, so I had to spend my only £20 on cigarettes. Only £20 in cash. Lucky I can use my card on pretty much everything else. So I don't really have too many problems. There's a couple times on this trip I wasn't able to use it. A couple times people had to use a different software or company, so a lot of MasterCard should work. But I need a map or something. I don't know what I'm doing. I think I walked pretty near the area and I was trying to retrace my steps. I think it was this way. Maybe I spoke too soon. Think about that. Person with a cane right here. He has something with disability and accessibility in the museum. I think there are some audio features. There's stairs throughout this place. I think there's elevators. I guess a lot of stuff is visually comprehensible if you're deaf. Some brailing, it's really dope. I don't think braille would be useful, I guess, if you can't see the artifact itself. Just an observation. I guess maybe you can see the element of it or something. Maybe I wonder if any museums have that. Yeah, okay. There's kind of signs on the top of this box, and it has like an eye with an eye crossed out, and a picture of headphones, and a number. So I know That's for visually impaired people, right? Okay, come on. The Chinese jade area again. I might try and lift some information from it. If I haven't already, I might just try and find locations that are listed. One of the reasons I've been wanting to read is pretty crowded in this highway. It's kind of awkward to talk to myself too. I think I'm walking the wrong way through the exhibit as well. The Yamusu culture. Hongshan. Maybe yeah, just take pictures, probably easier. I think this is my favorite one. Is that legible? Almost. It's basically the old stuff that I think is interesting, so. It's nearly 4 hours that it's been. I'm not really sure how to find the last area that these people come fairly close to it. Maybe this is it. ceramics over there. Buddha statue. Shiny porcelain ceramics, but kind of interesting, I guess. Probably just look for that somewhere. There's some fans here. Okay, the ceramics are right there as possible. I don't know why are ceramics interesting. I don't understand what's interesting about them. It's just a form of the gold, just color design. Yeah, simple form, like daily use kind of thing. I guess that's cool. Full card, or maybe some full card. Using might be a full card. Tool for full card. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, sounds like that's what full card. Bowl in a China show. Someone's calling. Clinking table etiquette and stuff. Museum etiquette, I guess. Yeah, it circles back to the first talk this morning, I think, about etiquette, public space. I like the colors, both greens and blues. Shiny. This cabinet, the plates or bowls kind of deep. It's kind of good for soups or something like this. Natural colors. Porcelain was first produced in China around 600 AD. I guess they're really old. Maybe I'm underestimating how epic they are. I don't know. Maybe that's something to get into in the future. It's just not that captivating. Maybe it takes attention span to see the form and beauty and some classic design. Good, good for some pasta. There's a big group of people over there. Just the kind of wanted to see. And I'm pretty much done. It looks like there's like a number of prints or paintings or something. I don't know what that is. Sponsored by the Mitsubishi Corporation. Wood floors in this room. Wooden walls. Ventilation. Roof. Squares. Beams across. Big metal cannon, or what is that? What is that? Body settler. Kudara. I don't know, maybe some simple designs. I mean, not a lot of detail in the first sculpture from 2,000 years ago. Arrowheads here from 3,000 years ago. Oh, flame bullets from 3,500 BC to 2,500 BC. It's in ceramic tradition. Using them in open fires, and they're pretty detailed as far as the outside design goes. It's pretty impressive. Making soup, yeah. They're suggesting a fish soup or something, but that says from Iwanohara and Nagaoka, Nagata. It's probably happened. I don't think it's supposed to say later. Bananas and soup. I think soup's pretty old food stuff that most people eat. Some island places probably eating fish soup. A lot of people do. Maybe there's like plaques on the inside of some. There's probably some that haven't been. Maybe there's some that haven't been discovered yet. Outside, there's probably residue from fires and stuff. Probably interesting. Tea. I might try and learn more about those flame pots. The question was, why wouldn't they just crack when you put them in the fire? I guess what they're made out of, that heat is tempered in some way. Maybe they did crack. The other question is, how do you know they were in the fire? Those questions were the subject tonight. Buddhist statue with interesting hand gestures in 1,000 years old. I guess there's not that much ancient stuff in there. There's super ancient stuff moving into like the 18th century. This painting was kind of, people are taking photos of it, so I'm gonna go look at this. Cool. This dragon above a waterfall by Kanu Aitoku. 16th century nature painting. Kind of fantastic, I guess. And beside it there's a long landscape hand scroll by Sesky. So it was in a Chinese style landscape. I guess maybe fusion style Chinese Japanese painting. Cool. Some more ceramics here. I think I read one paper on ceramics in an advertising class. I can't really remember much about it, where we find it. And I don't know, I was thinking form's cool. Parents have one like coffee cup that has a handle, and if you just sit on top of water, it floats, but it's relatively heavy. I think that's some sample cool design. The handle slight curve, but it's wider at the top than the bottom, and it's kind of a cone shape, but the vessel itself. With a flat bottom, yes, obviously. Maybe I'd make it of it. And there's a funny story about it floats. I was probably drinking wine in the hot tub, and I had the carpet restroom on the side of the hot tub, and at one point it like spontaneously slipped off into the water and started to float. I attributed it to Zap. I don't know how moved, but some sort of action at a distance. So it's kind of a beautiful moment, I guess. Yeah, there's probably a small amount of water on the surface of the ocean, so probably didn't take much energy to have it slip off. I don't think it was windy. There was wine out of a coffee cup, cool. So. I don't know, I guess I was letting the wine break might be important to some people. I think it's firstly the same. I guess sipping it, maybe trying it onto the side of the cup more. I remember that other room is with the prints. Okay, here it is. as they view Venice from 1500. Pretty massive, and I guess it takes imagination to depict it from that angle. I don't know, I just want to try and judge the size of it. There's a person by it, and I don't want to get it wrong. I don't know, we pace it off, it's like 5 meters or something, like 2 high or something like that. Brick to Dura. It's a cool decorative pattern. It's symmetrical. Reminds me of some of the paint on that project. Done with letters and stuff. It's that ecosystem. That's what reminds me. So a map here by John Spilsbury. It's a map in Rhodes from 1766 or so. This is kind of fun, the acoustics in that room. It's a wood pedal, wooden floor, wood roof, a baby cooing and making raspberries with a soother in their mouth. Okay, I think I'm in the museum. I think I've seen every exhibit and tried to see every artifact, to leave some brief. As far as I know, I didn't miss any sections. It was pretty cool. Enjoyed my time way better this time than the first time. Way more the first time. I don't know if I discussed it on the record. It was a weird cybernetic experience, which could be useful for education and stuff, but it must be more enjoyable. I thought it was an interesting way to take notes. Just a few moments, so it was interesting soundscape stuff. Yeah, just thinking about like audio to text software. There's probably a lot of pauses, and a bunch of those probably be easier if it was just text. I don't think I really expect that. Yeah, and stuff with geolocation could be useful. Could have taken pictures, I guess, and way to like timestamp it with audio file with pictures would be cool. I guess they're both timestamps in a sense. It just takes work till I pair them again. Alright, I guess I should think about dinner at some point. I think I have 2 ciders left. I had 2 before entering the museum. And spur of the moment thing. Yeah, I guess I need to pack up at some point to leave tomorrow morning. Kind of stressed out with the possibility of rain. I think I'm probably just going to walk and wrap my electronics in plastic bags and hope for the best. Unless it's just downpouring and I'll just walk to a bus stop. And I think there's shelters at the bus stop. And just chill under that and stay dry. It's just a matter of walking from King's Cross to Thamesland. Basically across the street. I guess walking to the first bus stop's the longer portion, but it's only a few hundred meters or something. But otherwise, it's a 1.1 mile walk. I don't know why miles is standard here. I guess that's like 2.3K or something. But I don't know how much I've walked today. I guess I walked a few hours in the morning. Walked around the museum and might be an underrated distance. My legs are fairly sore and fairly tired. Kind of hit a wall at 2 hour marks. Might have found a second wind. Yeah, I guess that's probably it. Probably end of the recording. That was the British Museum, my last day in London. So it's 7 a.m. on a Tuesday. It's my final full day in the UK, the Europe area. Kind of mixed feelings about it. Glad to be able to go home and sleep in an area that's quiet and dark and comfortable. Be around an area I'm more familiar with. Have food available, more stable environment, but it's cool to be in kind of temporary living situations, fluid social interactions, and being able to explore new areas. Woke up at like 3 a.m. and couldn't really sleep. Not exactly sure when I fell asleep, but it was relatively early. Just feeling in the same kind of clear-headed space. It was 20 seconds earlier today where I was able to speak in my head and felt that feeling kind of disappear. So I think it's pretty unfair that I'm forced to be put into this state constantly. Looking forward to change, and hopefully that happens in the near future. And there was also a moment this morning when there was just arbitrary increase of levodopa. Then there was a Abilify and the removal of levodopa. It's a classic trick. This feels awful. It's one of the worst feelings I think that I've ever felt. It happens fairly frequently. Yeah, they can be used as an attack. I think it's poisoning. I mean, being using that word fairly liberally to describe overdoses of medication. I guess think about scales of poisoning, or a spectrum of it, intensity, duration, etc. It's like defining what poison is finally interesting. I don't really have a definition. I don't really want to hazard trying to define it off the top of my head, but my research just finding definitions online. I think overdose antipsychotics constitute that, and I think that levodopa would consider that too, and the changes of levodopa, especially when there's moderate doses of Abilify, seems to be a more short-term kind of type of poisoning. It causes a lot of distress. There's what the risperidol overdose is. It's kind of long-term poisoning. But I just kind of remembered perhaps the way our like previous attempt at defining poison and think about body and mind. Poison that negatively affects the body, and poison that changes affect or psyche in certain ways that are detrimental to self. Might be ways of subcategorizing it. Yeah, it's a point I made in one of these other recordings to demonstrate medication and poison is often dosing or quantity. So I guess it's not always clear cut or completely known what's what, and I think a lot of people have problems with that. Think about subjectivity and nuance and context. The same can be said of torture. I think it becomes difficult in enforcing rules or punishing people that have either administered poison or tortured people on a person-to-person basis, because people react differently to the same treatment just based on their own bodies and experiences. So I guess that's some of the decisions I have to make, but I think it should be on the individual basis, decisions made by groups of people to determine whether or not the treatment is justified or necessary. I think in reading a book on torture, psychological torture, I downloaded recently, one of the interesting points was things about intentionality, or I guess premeditation. They're actively trying to put you into a situation that's harmful to you. I think that shouldn't be tolerated, nor should being naive. I don't think that's a good excuse either, because the consequences are generally the same, but I guess it's training or knowledge or doing the work to be aware of how the person is going to be affected by certain treatments should be done. I had another point, but I forget it now. It's interesting. I'm not sure. I guess I got a couple points on short-term memory. I think that it's not risperidol 16 stage, which isn't great for cognition. I think it might affect short-term memory. I think it's testable. I think I was thinking about that the other day. Easy tests that could be done well. Drugs are being trialed to see if there are noticeable differences, and you can test them empirically pretty easily. I guess the second point, short-term memory, would be in relation to cannabis. There's a lot of myth about changes to short-term memory with regards to cannabis. I think there could be studies done with that. There may have already been studies done. It'd be interesting. to see. Think that dosage is important. And I think tip of the tongue phenomenon is also another subject area that's pretty interesting with regards to drug-induced changes to short-term memory. And thirdly, think about thought field and the first kind of noticing of that AR system. One of the main features, or one of the first features that was kind of shown, was sort of feeling and then forgetting, as if there's some sort of mechanism that can kind of erase a thought from short-term memory. I think that's pretty dangerous for people and for societies in general. I think that we should have a right to not be interfered with in that manner. Yeah, just wonder what the mechanism is. I presume it's affecting some part of the brain. I know that there are certain medications that can be used for making people forget, thinking of like fentanyl or other drugs. What kind of those are in play, but it's possible we can think about how that might be used at times to change how people recollect their own pasts and experiences. Just reading about post-traumatic stress disorder in relation to torture in that book I mentioned previously. I found that memory and forgetting are interesting in relation to the recollection of traumatic events. I don't really have much more to say about it off the top of my head, but I think it's something I'm going to try and think about more in the future, especially in relation to repetition. Thinking about meme cultures and how memes can be coupled with situation to create stress. Remembering the stress through a sign, or the sign is associated with the stress, then it can be used to induce stress. Then people can gaslight and say, oh, it's just your interpretation. You're being stressed out when you don't need to be. But I think it's almost automatic reactions to certain signs that are being coupled with stress or trauma. So I guess that's the thing. I think about that in relation to the somatic touching or the muscle convulsions as well, and feeling those, I guess, interesting things about the signs is it can be kind of recoded. So a lot of the time there'll be a sign that means something to an individual, then a traumatic experience will happen and it'll take on some of the weight of the traumatic experience, and sign can be used and people associate to a traumatic experience. So maybe there's methods of recoding the sign again out of a traumatic experience, or just maybe avoiding the sign altogether is more humane. Think about kind of entrapment cultures, idea of kind of what I mentioned before, like saying you have bad association with the sign, and claiming that's solely in the individual instead of recognizing that it's a social phenomenon. And also think about intentionality in the delivery of signs. I think a lot of the time, before the signs are delivered, there's premeditation, knowing that there's going to be a bad association. So I think it's kind of, or an association to trauma anyway. And I suppose, like, not confronting the trauma at all might be problematic. There might be ways to work through it through using the signs, but simply triggering them, especially when a person's in a stressful situation, can be kind of torturous, I think. Then as far as the kind of premeditation, entrapment culture, catch-22 culture, let's think about it in relation to interview or interrogation and its relation to a lot of torture techniques. Dealing with yes or no questions again this morning, and just questions like, is this a better state when it's still bad or worse in one way but better in another, and not being able to use language to describe what's wrong with it or why it's more complex than a simple yes or no or a plot on 1 to 5. I guess there's probably other examples that might be more heinous or overt as far as entrapment into catch-22s, but I can't recall any off the top of my head now. The question is this levodopa? There's likely a small amount of levodopa in my system, but it's not enough so I can feel it on the top of my head. I mentioned yesterday that you can sort of hide it under 60 and you can use more of it without feeling that feeling on the top of the head. And, yeah, I looked up like what conventional dosages are for levodopa, and I think it was like, I don't know, I think 400 standard or something like that milligrams. So I'm guessing there might be 100 or something like that. But, yeah, I'm just recording myself walking around London. I think that it's kind of an interesting activity. I haven't really done that very often in my life. I think it's interesting in relation to soundscape and character of place. Something about in relation to soundwalks too, kind of new media recordings, but also really haven't written very much as far as journaling, so I thought this might be at least a way to try and recollect and remember some of the things that I've experienced in the past couple months. Haven't really been documented properly by myself before I forget them. I suppose some of the experiences have probably been recorded elsewhere, but it's a matter of, I guess, perspective, and I guess another point would be controlling the narrative. It reminds me of dealing with psychiatry in Canada in the hospital, and I would tell my parents certain things, and they would tell a case manager who might write it down, and it's like a game of telephone, and by the time it might even be edited too once it's been told to or written down by the mental health staff, so that's kind of speculative, but I think it's possible. So by the time the psychiatrist asked me about some thought I've had. It's been distorted and doesn't accurately characterize my beliefs at the time or currently. Even dealing with psychiatric interviews, it's challenging in the sense that you can answer a question, but it'll often be framed by another person, and you lose kind of that control of the narrative in a sense. I guess it comes down to the skill of the documentary to try and represent it as accurately as possible, but often there's vested interest to try and color it in a certain way, often to, I think, to justify treatment or detention in relation to or with regards to psychiatric settings. I don't know if that's 100% true. I tried to, I haven't seen many more medical records, and I requested all of them from the hospital, and months later they delivered me a few hundred papers, and I was pretty surprised at how little was recorded. Most of the interview notes were 1 or 2 lines, and there were a few pages that for admissions and discharge, I think, are really detailed, but where they got that information isn't clear, so I don't know what the legal territory for that is. Maybe there's more record elsewhere, but it's interesting. I guess there's one thought in relation to narrative and collection of information, perspective as far as recounting experience. Think about experience and quality of life. How a lot of the time the justification for administering medication is to improve quality of life, but there's kind of an irony that, in my opinion, it can definitely decrease quality of life, certainly enjoyment, certainly ability to do the same things and think about potential. I think it ruins potential a lot of the time. That's kind of a sad truth. Think about, I guess, the question is, what does potential mean? I think what could have happened without imposition, and I guess you can think about potential in the opposite light in terms of what could have happened if there was interjection. I think of potential in relation to physics sometimes, the idea of potential energy. I don't know, something with mass at height near another object with mass. Mechanical kind of determined instances. I think there's a lot more, dynamics. Humans are more dynamic, have a lot more chance to change than variables or something, but it might be determined at some level. It's just there's a lot more variables in play. That's just classic philosophical discussion whether or not everything's determined, and people have thought about that. before even this, like, writing of brains shit happened, I was under the impression that determinism might be correct, just from the standpoint of free will seeming illusory in the first place. Never really knowing whether or not itself is actually making the decision, and from a standpoint that most other things in nature seem to be products of what happened before, and some sort of chain reaction, maybe stemming from some primordial Big Bang or something. But I think you can think about the possibility of chances, or predictability of systems occurring in certain ways. Humans are usually less predictable. Other chain reactions, I guess. It's reminds me of some Terence McKenna stuff. But I can't remember right now. Yeah, I just got reminded of one, and it's the idea that humans are at a cutting edge of change on the planet. We make a lot of novelty and change a lot of systems just by our very being. If you think of sort of atomism and just change in matter, humans have been the most central to change in matter, especially over the past few hundred years, or 1,000, I guess, depends on the scale we want to use. I think there was another one, but I forget the name. I don't know, maybe they made me forget and then, like, reminded me of it. Or maybe they reminded me of it and I forgot it and reminded me again. Or, it's the thing about thought fields, that I think they can influence minds without the actual feeling. It's kind of insidious and kind of scary. I think they should use the feeling. I don't know, maybe the feeling's going to find out that that's harmful for the brain or something, but at least you can differentiate it from self. I don't know, just having an idea comes to mind. Happens naturally to me, usually, but for it to, yeah, I think they can mimic it or simulate that accurately to the point of it tricking you or being pretty indistinguishable from everyday thought. I guess it opens up the possibility maybe it was happening all along. Kind of doubt it, but maybe. I guess another way besides the feeling to kind of decipher whether or not it's self or not is, I guess, like, knowing yourself, if it just doesn't seem like something that would come to mind. It comes back to the whether or not it's a good simulation or not. Got to fairly think. Yeah, I don't know whether or not each thought would come to mind as it would. I guess the last couple of sentences weren't very clear. I'm trying to think that through, but struggling. The question is, why can't I think? And it's state specific. I think, again, it's like, what do you mean by think? I can obviously think to a certain extent, but it's a matter of what I remember my part of the state being like and saying that's thinking. I feel like I still have agency and I'm able to deliberate and make decisions, but as far as recollection or locating things in my mind, I find it more challenging in this state, as well as thinking in narrative and language in my mind. I find that challenging in this state. Why? I think it's causally determined by resveratrol. I'm starting to think that certain psychedelics, such as LSD, in conjunction with resveratrol, can have a almost worsening effect as far as the kind of absent-minded blankness. I think one of the great things about psychedelics is other catalytic thought, and they often stimulate thought. In these combinations, but precisely the opposite happens, and it becomes just more of a zombie state. You can think about zombie states of, oh, it's raining now. Zombie states where it's just, I'm not describing less dynamic, I guess, than we also thought of secure room states. My experience with the secure room and psych wards is already being on medication, then getting essentially double the medication. So it's just high dose antipsychotic states of super clear minds. Yes, maybe people like try and privilege that state as beautiful or desirable in some sense, but it's not what I would choose for myself pretty much ever. I mentioned to the psychiatrist once, like, and he's like, oh, they're achieving Zen or something like that, and I don't know if he's taking the piss or he's being serious, but yeah, I've thought about antipsychotics in relation to Buddhism and meditation cultures, and it's fairly easy, I think, just to be in a clear state, but it's not the same practice, I guess, and sense is altered in some ways. I guess by sense altered, I mean like sense perception. I guess I don't know very much about Buddhist meditation. I guess they probably wouldn't say it's about sense perception. I think about kind of Western meditations and mindfulnesses. I don't think antipsychotics are the best state for those. I mean, might be interesting things to try. But I don't know. Yeah, I just got accused of fetishizing thought. I think I probably thought of that before. Maybe a fetishized thought is thought for the sake of thought, fetishized new thought or original thought. Just think of like humor or quirky thoughts that are effective and moving. Yeah, thoughts that can cause change is kind of beautiful. Thoughts are material and they can affect the material world. The idea and affect one another, so thought expressed through communication can affect another person, change their emotional state. or it can, and I guess it changes their biological state to some extent, the matter in their body. But I guess walking through this city now, you can think about architecture, and these are all thoughts. I'm walking by kind of pillars. Somebody had that idea, and now they're here. There's this kind of brick apartment building. There's shingles, windows, signage, fences. Yeah, and I think it was December of last year. I read Fev and was trying to work towards idea of like our mind as architecture. It's moving through different structures in the mind, and basically abandon the idea of it. I don't know. I'm sure people have thought of it in that relation. Just, I think there's been memes related to it in the past while. But I often deliberately misinterpret room, the word room for mind. I think every doctor's house. Arcades. Monuments. I think it's the idea of mind as space, structures in it almost seems implied in some of the language of constructionism, structuralism. Maybe that's just a misinterpretation of what they're saying. Yeah, maybe they're trees. That was just said to me as branching and structuralism. I guess poetry is long history, metaphor. Metaphor relating mind to space, sometimes even forests. There's a pedestrian crosswalk here, but at least a button for pedestrian crosswalk, but now I'm just standing on an island in the middle of fairly busy streets, walking over to Hyde Park. This might be some sort of metaphor for mind. Yeah, I wish I knew more poetry. I could recite something. It's probably poems, or maybe it's just interpreting poems. People, forest is mind. Yeah, lakes or the sea or something. And maybe they're surely all easy or lame, but yeah, fishing. The idea is sort of fish. This is kind of frustrating. I'm across the road and now I'm walking along the fence line and there's no real entrance to the park proper. There's kind of some non-place steps to an underground parkade. I think I'm just going to jump the fence. This morning, I read a paper that I read in university. I was thinking about Metro. It's called The Eurydice at Houston. Going underground with Roger and Benjamin. I thought it was interesting in relation to experience. I went to that train station, metro station, and, walked around it. Talks about cool correspondence and meeting people and memories in that places. Arguably had a misconnection. I don't know if it was real or not, but by misconnection, I don't know if I'm supposed to say it or not, but I guess it's from my own memory. It's been a couple occasions where people say that they'll meet me in my mind, say a time and a place. I've yet to meet anybody come in here. I don't think it's allowed generally from that, but yeah, it was, someone said they'd meet me at Houston in a specified amount of time. I went there, sat for a while. It's a big station, so like maybe I went there. I didn't stay for that long. A few weeks prior, I was supposed to meet somebody in Will, and the night before was really weird. I was actually right before I started getting dosed with the Spiridone frequently. Gave me high dose Abilify. Zap was touching my butt a lot. Voices were telling me she met some guys at a bar, that she like had sex with 7 guys at once. I don't know how likely that is. It's getting verified by 4 people in AR, so I was under the impression it was happening at the time. I'm kind of ambivalent as to whether it actually happened. And yeah, pretty stressful night. Then showed up at the meeting point the next day. The person never showed up, so who knows. So I guess that's a couple points on correspondence. But yeah, I thought about rules. One of the points of a paper that I remember liking, and I think it's the best part of the paper, is it's just a brief section that talks about negotiation of rules and metro spaces. And, yeah, I thought it was interesting too. It's kind of a literature review in certain ways, pulling a lot of long quotes from some famous authors talking about their own memories and connotations with public transport. This morning I also worked out the train times to Gatwick tomorrow. Apparently these trains leave like every 5 minutes. It's kind of amazing. And you don't have to buy a ticket for a specific train. You can just get on the train. You can get off anywhere before your stop and sightsee or have lunch or something, get back on the train, and go to your final destination. I think it's a pretty cool system. I don't know what it would cost to go to Brighton or something, but I think it's probably kind of expensive. I guess it's something I could have done. I guess just as a caveat, I'd like to go to Brighton or Bristol, but all the hostels are like $70, $80. It's crazy, if there's any available. Yeah, maybe in the off season there'd be more available. I remember looking previously, and I think there's some that are not available as far as more accessible, maybe. So yeah, train tomorrow. But I guess getting to the train station, I might have mentioned this yesterday, but it might rain in the morning. I checked weather on Google, and it said there's a good chance it'll rain at 9 a.m. I checked the weather network, and it said there's a 20% chance of it raining at 9 a.m. and 40% at like 11. So I guess there's some weather system coming in the morning time. It just depends whether or because it's like a 25-minute walk to the train station, or I can try and time the bus. It'd be a 5-minute walk, and might have to wait at the bus stop for 5 minutes or something. And I'm just concerned because I have a not waterproof bag and some electronics. I don't really want to get wet. Yeah, and then I guess that's basically transit tomorrow. Gotta wear a mask for 12 hours on the plane, which kind of sucks. I don't like wearing masks. It starts breathing. I don't know. I'm glad I don't have to work during COVID-19. I feel bad for people that are wearing a mask 12 hours a day, or 10 hours, 8 hours a day, not longer. I found it fairly interesting. Maybe it's similar in other places in the world, but basically nobody is wearing masks in France, or it's pretty rare here in London too. Yeah, even on buses or other areas of congestion. I guess maybe everybody's just got sick now. People have antibodies or T cells or whatever the correct terminology is. Well, I guess I could outline my remedial thinking on the subject. Apparently, antibodies wane pretty quickly after getting the vaccine or contracting the virus. But my understanding is your body still has kind of a memory of how to produce antibodies against the virus, where if you were to get sick with the same strain or similar strain of COVID-19 viruses, I think some T cells might be related to that. No, I don't know very much about it. I haven't researched biology in that, especially not immune system response to pathogens. Maybe I should have got the third vaccine before I went to France, but I was kind of holding out for the Covifence vaccine. I don't even know if it's available in BC or if it will be in the future, but I think it's cool to support Canadian bioscience, and I think it's cool to try and find lessons from natural products or natural species. I think they got approved because their vaccine is effective, according to the studies, in stopping the virus from replicating in human bodies. I think that's why I got approved in Canada. I guess it didn't get approved in a bunch of places because people don't like the tobacco industry, and I guess they should have reason to do so in a lot of ways. Willfully deceived the public in the past as far as effects or harms of smoking, but I don't know. It seems like kind of an arbitrary decision. Like, let Pfizer make vaccines, so how much harm if their drugs sent to people too. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know how many. Maybe that's a bad example. I know they make antipsychotics. As one of the reasons I mentioned that. There's probably ties to like opiate companies or something in some of the vaccines. You might make an argument that the other companies aren't saints either, so why should they just shut down that one company or deny that one company? I don't think opiates are necessarily bad. I don't think tobacco is necessarily bad. It's just sometimes the policies of the companies to try and push the drugs on people or cover up that they might have harmful effects on people as far as addiction goes or negative health effects. I think nicotine's pretty safe for people at proper dosages. Arguably addictive. Just overdose, you might feel sick or dizzy. Dependence. And, I think there's another point there. Yeah, it's reminded of Hamilton Morris's take on nicotine gum and aiding in focus. I think it's true. Be helpful for reading or focusing on intellectual tasks or even just relaxing. It's that lime green bird again. I was discussing nicotine and I'm never mind. So always check pockets and get some paranoid. I forgot something, but I have a vaporizer that I hardly use. But I think cigarettes are an interesting topic in Europe. I think there's a stereotype that French people smoke a lot. I found that to be kind of true. That tobacco prices are fairly high. Neighboring Belgium, it's like 2/3 the price. So one day I caught the metro to Coring and caught the bus to the border and walked to a tobacco shop and stocked up on several packets of cigarettes. Brought them into the UK. Fairly sure it's legal, but it's kind of I don't know. I don't know if it's an adventure. I guess it's an adventure, riding public transit. It's kind of funny. I took the bus, and I checked Google Maps, I guess it was Saturday, and there was a bus stop that I was supposed to get off at. And I took the bus, and on the bus there's signs that say that the next stop would be at the stop right before the stop I needed to get off at. And then the bus would go, turn right, and then it would be like 3 stops after where I needed to get off. So it was pretty strange. So I get off the bus, and something must be wrong. Walk back to that stop, go back on the bus. I waited like half an hour, which is kind of silly in hindsight. Got back on the bus. Did the exact same thing again before I realized. And then I asked the bus driver, and he told me to walk, and I asked the guy where the bus stop was, who admits to kind of like line of, or a street lined with people selling goods. It's kind of like a flea market, lining either side of the street by the bus stop. Probably should have just asked somebody off the start, but I was in a weird headspace too. It's kind of my experience with it. And the other thing that happened is like you can buy a 1 hour pass for the transit, or you can buy a day pass. It was cheaper to buy 2 1-hour passes, and the whole trip takes about an hour one way. However, if you don't time it right, it takes slightly over an hour. But they basically don't check on the buses whether or not you bought a ticket or not. So apparently buses in France are effectively free or around low. It was pretty much any time I took the bus. I enjoyed walking around. I probably could have explored suburbs or something like that. I didn't. I probably spent too much time just in the hostel, shooting the shit or trying to plan trips that never occurred. Yeah, I was reflecting on the experience of 2 months away from Canada. The question is, was it a good trip? But yeah, I enjoyed it. I met some people, drank a lot, did some socializing. It's cool to explore a few cities and try and get to know some areas. Just trying to find the cheapest food options that are like quasi-nutritious. It's kind of one of the struggles about supermarkets. I spent a lot of time in Carrefour. I guess a casino too, and Intermarché. But question this morning actually was, did the drugs ruin your trip? And I think they did. A lot of the time, like, either I'd be in the middle of a conversation or like in a group of people, and I'd feel a ton of respiratory come on out of nowhere, and just like feel unable to or unwilling to talk anymore. It just doesn't feel fair. Yeah, just dealing with kind of the drug 19 states. And not being able to get drunk. It's kind of sad too, being in kind of party atmospheres. Couldn't really imagine being in a club or something and being in that state. It's kind of boring. It's basically sober. It's like sober state is slightly, might be slightly more pleasurable in a sober state, relatively stagnant and kind of uninteresting. Again, depends what you define as sober, like where in relation to what. I would say I'm sober now, but yeah, I think being sober would be a more interesting cognitive state than this anyway. said, that's because you're crazy, right? Like, I don't know. It depends what you define as crazy. I think most people probably have interesting thoughts and perceptions about the world. But I don't know. I can look around and notice the world and have thoughts about it, I guess, but it's not the same. Walking along the pond at Hyde Park now, on the other side that I haven't walked along before. Some birds in the water, some people cycling by, people taking pictures, people doing morning walks. Might be people on commute too. Looks like there's some workers. Some spider webs on this building attached to the fence, kind of glinting in the sun. Some wind and leaves caught in it. It reminds me of home. These fall spider webs, I guess, maybe I associate that with wind and leaves, dead wind and leaves. Something I've observed in the backyard in my parents' house. It rained this morning. There's like potholes on the sidewalk here filled with water. Reflections of the leaves and the trees. Might be an it looked like an aspen, but I don't really know. I've just seen kind of leaf shape. Look at the trunk on it. I'm not identified on that. Maybe that's a reminder less fall. I did some walking right away. It's nice when the leaves change. I think it's aesthetically pleasing. Might be able to do some mushroom hunting on hikes too. Something I've been meaning to do the last few years, I think. Probably underexplored in the interior of BC. They might be. They're probably more rare than people would suppose. I think just because the temperature sometimes gets near freezing pretty quickly, and there's usually not rain till later and after the summer, so it's kind of a short period where mushrooms can grow and send their spores out. So I think there's room for new science or new discoveries in the interior of BC with regards to mycology. Looking at iNaturalist for the past couple of years. But there's some work being done. Yeah, I don't know. I guess one example is somebody found an Amanita by Maple Lake, Amanita muscaria. Didn't know those grew in the interior. I wonder how long those spores have been proliferating when I was here. Yeah, I've always dreamed of finding philosophy in interiors because I think it's interesting in and of itself and for potential human interaction in the past. It's obviously pretty rare right now, but I think maybe climate was different. A lot of the valley bottoms have been deforested, changed into cities or residential areas. So might be where they grew in the past. Thinking about there's typically warmer clouds tend to kind of descend into the areas, creating moist environments. Might be decent habitat for mushrooms. Yeah, I guess the topic I was into in 2017 is reading about Pinaleus mushrooms, little brown mushrooms, and black sport mushrooms, relatively closely related to psilocybe. Wondering if there's new species of those out there that just look nearly identical. Also, the diffusion of those. There's quite a few that grow within a few kilometers of my house in the pasture lands. Wondering where those came from. I remember some people are alleging it might be from the Indian subcontinent. Yeah, they're interesting for medicine too. They might be active in the brain for neurotransmitters. There's some that, I think there's one species that contains psilocybin at super low doses, and some of them might even contain serotonin, which is kind of interesting. Think about them as an adjunct for mental health treatment. Or, I think you could say a small amount of serotonin. I don't think it would be that strange. It might be nicer than experiencing heliparidine. The Pinaleus subs. It's interesting looking at the top of the mushroom. There's some ring on them. I think it can be easily confused once a lot of mushrooms get weathered. They just appear to have kind of ring around the top of the mushroom. Couldn't really describe the gills or anything. I think it has a black spore print. I was taking spore prints over the past couple of years periodically, and incidentally cultivated areas of the backyard with a few different species of grassland mushrooms. One of them has a, I don't know if I should say it or not, but kind of a purple-brown spore print. So, see if any of those crop up this year. Might, I don't know, try and do some more investigation into what it might be, or send it off to somebody that might find it interesting. Yeah, it's kind of a tragedy as I don't really know where it came from. So, somewhere in the area anyway. There was some fungus growing on a stick in Hyde Park earlier. I almost took a picture, but I guess I think it's the first recording I took when I was walking around here, just trying to theorize about the history of psilocybe in the UK. I looked at the first page of a Google search, and they were saying that the culture took off in the late 60s, and by 1971 it was illegal in England to possess, I guess, or assume. I'm not really exactly sure what the law says. The last result on the first page said that in like 1699 or 1799, there's a report of family eating magic mushrooms in the UK. I think it was in London proper, so along the Thames. I didn't quite put on, or maybe I did, I can't remember. But, I don't know, you can speculate as to whether people have or not. It's probably unknowable, but I think it's probable if they existed here. People are probably foraging. Yeah, people have microphobia. There's probably a lot of history of people trying strange mushrooms and getting sick, so maybe they weren't that adventurous. But, yeah, but at the same time, yeah, I guess there's histories in being good food stuff or good for medicine. Think about China or other places where it's been central to medicinal practice. I guess maybe that's a fine line of finding out what ones are going to make you sick or kill you versus what might be beneficial for body and mind or for experience. I haven't tried very many wild mushrooms in my life. Could be something to do. I'd like in one or two Canalius ceremonial really. And I found a pretty big chicken at the woods last year. I didn't harvest, but could have. I think I found a morel one time, single morel. Yeah, I don't really know what else is popular. I know it's a fairly popular activity to pick mushrooms in the interior. Try and find people that do that with that are more experienced. I think I'd be decent at it. I guess I've had a lot of practice looking for mushrooms. I feel like you can find habitats where they're more likely to grow in the interior. It's often in the shade, base of incline. Edge of forests and grasslands. Think with drainage from water. Find that. Had success finding some junctions of inclines. Probably growing all over, but there's higher probabilities of finding some in those areas. Yeah, just telling me to tell a story, but I don't know if I should. Oh, there's someone swimming in the pond over there. Just thinking about mushroom hunting in general. There's one instance where I was at home and there was like a pastoral land area across the valley, and said to myself, I'm going to go search that area for mushrooms later. Do you want to help? I'm going to do it after dark. And I don't know if I got a response or not, but anyway, I went there after dark. It's actually crown land, but there's cattle on it, so as a side note, and I jumped the fence and go in there and kind of looking around the grasses. I take direction from Zap, and direction towards mushroom in the grass. So it's kind of beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful experiences I've had with AR. So I don't know how they're able to locate it. I don't know if it was highly detailed satellite photo or some EMF radar or something, but pretty amazing to see they can find something a few centimeters by a few centimeters in grass from a remote area, from a remote place. I'm not sure what kind of mushroom it was. I think I probably took it home, but I don't think it was psychoactive. It might have been rare. I'm not sure. I really don't know that much about mycology. I don't think I didn't try and grow it or anything on purpose. I've saved a few sport prints. I think they're aesthetically interesting and probably interesting for science in the future. I don't know how long you can keep them before they die. I think they probably last a while too. You can effectively plant them or grow them in a controlled environment somewhere. Accepting rhizomatics. So he wrote in that time period searching for Pineleus, for simple dichotomy between grass and trees. Kind of the rhizome of bunch grasses, interconnectedness of beetle, trees representing the pillars of powerful entities. I guess you can think about grass and trees in relation to mushrooms. They often exist amongst one another. Symbiosis and parasitosis, parasitizing certain species. I wish I had more nature memes so I could explain some examples of those, but can't really think of any, unfortunately. Yeah, it's dense fungal mat. It's funny. It's in inverted commas. I can't think of any because I haven't researched it that much in depth. I'm sure I had some memes and just for conversation or to look smart about the topic. But yeah, David Suzuki talks something about the importance of mushrooms and communicating of trees and in the forest. Yeah, even transferring nutrients. Maybe I'll try and do some sort of mushroom project, or more of a presentation. Names on them, I think it's a cool species, a cool kingdom, I think. I think there's some tulips here. It's interesting growing in September, pink color. Seem to be like the first type of plant to grow after winter in the Pacific Northwest. A lot of times it's the first flower that emerges. Yeah, not really looking forward to winter. I think fall can be fun the next couple months, but I don't know, it's just kind of depressing being where I've been living in winter. It's cloudy skies and not a lot to do. Yeah, I was thinking about snowboarding the other day. Maybe I could take out snowboarding. And it's I think like 30 or 40 kilometers to the top of the ski hill, which takes quite a bit of fuel. There are shuttles from the base of the mountain from town to the top of the mountain, so might be able to do that. It's fairly expensive to just go skiing and invest in the gear. Seasons passes aren't that expensive. Thank you. There used to be night skiing on Fridays that was really affordable, and they got a couple runs open under light. Under floodlights or something. I think it's a fine idea, I guess. Join nature. I think the politics of the ski hill are interesting. It's a public park that's being privatized, or effectively privatized. You can think about geoengineering in places and proliferation of snowpack. Yeah, tourist cultures. Worker cultures, talking to another traveler who worked at a ski resort, ski lifestyle. So, yeah. It's actually one of the more affordable places to rent in the area I live in over the summer. You can find one-bedroom places that are fairly affordable. It's not a popular style of accommodation really around where I live. But staying there in the winter is probably pretty expensive too. Doing some mushroom hunting now as I walk along this pond. There's some grassy area. Seems like a good habitat for some. I would check this area in a month or something. Bet you can find some. There's a slug. Dead leaves. I think you can probably find mushrooms in Hyde Park. I found one type of fungus. I ventured off the trail onto another trail, maybe an illicit trail. See if I can spy anything in here. Found a kind of clearing in amongst the trees. Kind of a nice private area. But ground soil's pretty compact. Looks like they may have raked it, but there's not a whole lot of stakes and stuff. I'm not sure what happened. There's a lot of tips to this. I think it's a yew tree. I'm not 100% sure. Some sort of conifer. That's like flat. Two sides to the pine sticking out. Or pine needles sticking out. That resembles you. Oh, there's an old pipe here. Oh, it's a tobacco pipe or something somebody's left behind. Now I'm kind of obsessed with just like glancing at the grass on the side of the walkway. it's probably an old hobby or pastime. We're contending whether or not I spent a lot of time searching for mushrooms, and I don't know, maybe it doesn't mean that much, but it's the main activity I've done. It's for recreation. I haven't gone on that many hikes, but usually when I'm hiking, it's part of what I'm doing. In spring or fall, anyway.
So who declares it?
Maybe hundreds of hours. I don't know. 4-hour hike, 5-hour hike 20 times. Probably happened. So become hundreds, maybe 100. It's probably not a lot because people walk every day in forests or the whole life or something like that. But I don't know, I haven't calculated how many times I've hiked. It's probably more than 20, and there's some habitats that are way better for mushroom hunting than others. And it comes down to the time of year too. So, I don't know. I'm calling you stupid. I don't know. I don't think that's particularly stupid. I think that's a lot of time. I don't know. Where I live, it's kind of hard to put yourself in that position. I haven't had my car insured the last 3 years. I really haven't done much of it the last 3 years. Much of it being apparently after the West Bay, much of it being hiking in places where there's a high likelihood of finding mushrooms. I want a new sim handler. I don't like this person making me feel bad about myself. Just calling me stupid. It's a fairly regular meme. That might have been how it started off, and there's a stupid, and there's another one where I say stupid, as if, yeah, and I think it's interesting, like, the, calling something or someone stupid, and the hanging signifier of stupid might be stupid in itself, or it might be stupid to call someone stupid, but the other person might be stupid, so there's kind of that. What's been called stupid, but a lot of the time I think it's just directed at myself, and I don't know, I don't think it's particularly stupid to estimate the amount of time inaccurately that I've spent in nature, or accurately.
Okay.
I don't know, they probably have records on my head sometimes. I don't know. I don't know why they're so hung up on this. It might be a weird whole dynamics. It kind of ruins the flow of the conversation. But I guess, like, I haven't found it before so many times, so surfing mushrooms. probably only been a handful of times in the past few years, and prior to that, haven't done it many times deliberately, but I went for walks with my family when I was younger and stuff, and it's quite a few times walking around where I live, or just above the grasslands, searching for mushrooms, because it's not that species rich, really, in comparison, I guess. The Instagram pictures I have are all from the area just above my house, and I took those pretty much in one day. I guess, yeah, I said it isn't species rich. I guess it isn't. 20 different types of mushrooms. Or at least one area. Maybe more. Compared to the forest, I guess. Certain areas of the forest would be less species rich. There are a lot. I think the lower mainland, there's probably even almost definitely more species. Or the island. It's planning on doing it, but I guess I could still do that this year. It might be kind of late in the year. Or I could just go and move up to a car and possibly take it to a mechanic and spend hundreds of dollars in gas. You could theoretically do that and go camping for a week or two. I don't know, you can use iNaturalist or a guidebook to learn about species as you go. Like, I doubt I would know very many, if any, that I found, but still interesting to take pictures of, or spore prints if I wanted to be more specific in identification. I don't know, but I don't think identifying is even 100% necessary all the time. I think where I would go if I were to go camping would be places that are being relatively well explored in the first place. So I don't think there would be a high probability of finding new stuff. I wanted to go in the spring on the island. I think there's probably a higher probability of finding new mushrooms in the spring there. Especially with climate change, I think, or finding mushrooms early in the year as indicators of climatic change. There's probably less mushrooms in the spring, but it's different species. I guess there's only some species. I found a cool turkey tail in Hulu Canyon. It's a cool species-rich area. Relatively near the city. There's a few waters that are relatively inaccessible, so there's a chance there's undiscovered plants in there. I suppose probably aren't, but who knows?
Von einem Tag, aber dann kann ich ja
guess you can grow your own mushrooms for food. Buy like mushroom kits online and things like that. I guess you theoretically cultivate things you find in the wild. I think it's legal. No, they're accusing me of non-knowing law, and I'm pretty sure that's the anything. It's not in the criminal code, but I'm not yet. Think about invasive species and things like that. It can be problematic. I don't really know where I am now. I'm like, kind of walked out of the park and walking down the street. Kind of got stressed out by aggressive sim handling, calling me stupid, like accusing me of breaking laws, and I don't know. Yeah, bad vibes is probably accurate. See what this intersection is. I might have to turn right. Yeah, I guess I could check the compass on my phone. This would be pretty useful. I think I'm walking north. Apparently this is like northwest, which is probably not where I want to be, but I sort of see in the area of the city, so basically need to go east for 4 or 5 kilometers, something maybe less. Apparently been talking for 2 hours too. Like, the museum opens at 10 a.m. I might go to the museum for a couple hours and try and finish that expedition. I also need to buy a package of cigarettes because I have like 4 left. But I also have the vaporizer, so I'll be okay for nicotine, I guess. It's probably as lost as I've been in London. I think if I walk east, I'll run into some stuff I recognize. Might have to walk south again. Yeah, there's a bridge here. I probably shouldn't cross the bridge. I don't really know where I am. Some sort of bus station, maybe a metro station. It's Paddington Station. Yeah, there's a map. Okay, this is kind of near where I was thinking about staying at the other hostel. 46 to Bart's Hospital here. Could theoretically just wait for a bus to Houston. It's not Echo Jet, Russell, it's where from here. The schedule. However, I'm just gonna walk east. Looks like I can cross the bridge without getting lost. Can I cross the street without getting arrested? There's a couple of police over there. Left turn right. I guess they're actually just empty police vans. Just check the compass again. Good. Lost a bus taking people to the Luton Airport, and a few skyscrapers around here, and steel and glass building, kind of girders on the outside for this crossing. I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's probably unnecessary, but probably just aesthetic, you'd think. Block some of the windows, but I don't know. I'm alright with it. People may think it's messy. I don't think it's too disorderly. I guess we'll walk along the canal. There's some people doing that. there's a lot of apartment buildings. Will be fairly expensive, I would assume, along this canal. Look relatively new, I think. I'm not sure that that'll be interesting. M&S store here to get a snack. I had leftover pasta for breakfast. I don't know, I'm pretty sure I paid like $6 or something for a pretty small route from there, so I think I'm gonna skip it. Circulate the water like pumps in the canal or the side of the canal there. Some boats. Fountain up ahead onto the sidewalk. Kind of interesting. It's like kind of 4 sets of maybe 10 spouts just going vertically onto the sidewalk. I'm not sure what that's about, if that's aesthetic or if they're draining it. I assume it's aesthetic.
But what happened?
It's supposed to be there as some sort of fountain, but kind of reduces the function of the sidewalk. Might be nice in the summer to cool off or something. There's the Tesco over there. So we're calling this Merchant Square. Walk towards St. Mary's Hospital. There's a Blue Dog Brewery. Called their IPA Postmodern. I don't know if it's postmodern or it, but I think it's a nice beer. I would probably drink it all the time if it was the same price as the other ones. Looks like they have like 10 beers and 10 other beers from different companies there. Oh, like between 5 and 8 euro pound for a pint. It's not open now. could see through the glass at the signboard. Okay, there's a sign that points towards Houston. No, and I think that's the bus. It's 205. Oh, never mind. That was going to Powell Church. This one went the whole one. Maybe I'll take the bus then. I wonder when the next game is 98. Get a coffee and take the bus. Probably could have got that one if I ran. Again, I'm not sure what we changed. Okay, I may as well just keep walking. There's a McDonald's here. I haven't tried the coffee yet. Apparently there's coffee for 99p. I don't know if that's a good thing to do, but I think I'm going to do it. Might get a snack or... slot machines in the building next to it. It's probably interesting place to. Oh, it's only breakfast. Okay, maybe I'll just get a coffee now. Every time I come here, the receipt printer fails.
Coffee? Coke Zero? Coffee, please? Another coffee cup?
Thank you. Pretty flavorless coffee. Dealing with the coffee cultures in Europe, it's been kind of interesting. Had a few espresso. Yeah, it's definitely a luxury. I realize that exploitation involved in nature and labor. Have a cheap cup of coffee. It probably won't be that way forever. Inexpensive coffee. Probably check the direction again. I think this is south. Turn left. Worst case scenario, I just the subway. Got into energy drinks for caffeine all this year. Cleansed. Some Monsters, really inexpensive. Slightly more expensive here than some other brands that are pretty inexpensive. Might dehydrate you less than coffee does. Coffee dehydrates people. Being asked if I'm a garbage can. I don't think so. My interpretation of that means an episode of Bob's Burgers for a competition to make mascots. For some reason, I think they were dressing up garbage cans as like mascot. There's a iconic landmark of leisure near where I live. It's kind of like a parking lot rest area. It overlooks the lake. Somebody's painted the garbage cans with monsters. I remember thinking about that at one point, trying to figure out where to try this. I think that's my convoluted association with garbage cans. I guess you could think more literally, like garbage goes into garbage cans. I fill my body with garbage. I think you're gonna have a cigarette now. Might just be an observation that there's a lot of garbage cans on the street. I was complaining in central London, there's hardly any. I don't know if this is still technically central London or not, but on this road there's probably 10. Maybe 10 on one side of the street. I think this is Hyde Park, isn't it? Okay. This turn left. So okay, so kind of a residential neighborhood that Merchant Square, or whatever it's called, Canal, so a different subway area, a lot of coffee. Yeah, there's some of the shops on that street are kind of interesting too. Some like Arabic writing on the storefronts or this on the awnings and stuff. So I guess potentially a more, I don't know. I was gonna say it's more ethnic neighborhood, but I don't know if that means very much or if that's true. But I think. One of the supermarkets, they're like decent. There's a lot of fruits and vegetables on a stand up front. But is ethnic neighborhood racist or something? Racism is an ethnic neighborhood. I just started seeing a couple signs in a different language. I think London's a pretty multicultural place anyway. I don't know. Yeah, there's like a Chinatown I walked through near Soho. So I'm at the neighborhood. Walked into one Chinese supermarket looking for an edamame, and they had some frozen stuff. It's one of my favorite treats from a grocery store downtown Vancouver. I think the coffee is technically Americano. I think that's probably why it's flavorless. Yeah, it has some flavor, but it's not what I expect from drinking coffee. A lot of different flavor, strong flavor. don't think it's because of COVID or anything. It's possible that Jason's made the fight it, but I think it's just a watery cup of coffee. Yeah, super is good that coffee. I think you think the cool argument is that it's bad, but I like caffeine, I like the taste of coffee, so that's why I did it. I've had a lot of instant coffee actually. I had 2 cups of instant coffee this morning. Instant coffee is actually underrated. Got kind of grew used to it, staying in the cycle for so long. At one point in my cyclist stay, I was able to get a coffee press and go to the store and buy actual coffee. Starbucks coffee is like the same price as the other coffee, so having fresh pressed Starbucks coffee 3 times a day, it's nice. Thinking about last summer, I was looking at Moleview and different patents in history for trying to make artificial coffee flavoring and caffeine for people that might want coffee in the future when climate change has made it more difficult, more expensive to make. I would have artificial coffee if it was that I had the same flavor as instant coffee. It might not have the same health benefits. I think there's antioxidants and things. Mainly about the flavor and the caffeine for me. I don't really know what antioxidants do. My DMT will do some free radicals or something. Yeah, it probably changes your heart rate and your blood pressure. Probably caffeine, but it's probably other molecules. There's a lot of fats, I guess. Might be other psychoactive molecules in coffee, so threshold doses. That's a hypothesis. I don't know. They probably haven't found all of them. Probably look for them. Maybe. I think it's possible. It's pretty complex chemistry. It's bullshit, but it's a possibility. How do you look for them? I guess you take apart the bean itself. You could brew coffee and chemical analysis of the coffee, or you could search a person's urine or something after they drink coffee, or their bloodstream, or their blood. There probably aren't. I don't know. I've never thought about that before. It's kind of surprised. It's kind of surprised, like, maybe with cannabis, the amount of psychoactive molecules in cannabis besides THC, different cannabinoids, hundreds of cannabinoids in any given bud. So, just thinking about complex chemistry, medicinal plants. Coffee's definitely medicinal. Yeah, it's one thing about it in relation to symptoms of catatonia. Definitely helps me be more alert, active. Even particularly after smoking cannabis, there's often a kind of burnout. It's good to alleviate many symptoms of clouded thought or lethargy. I don't know, it's easy just to call people schizophrenic. Yeah, I don't think I'm properly pushing schizophrenia, but I have experienced some symptoms that are maybe close to what people with that disease proper experience. I think pretty much everyone has. You put applaud everyone on the spectrum. If you smoke cannabis without an anti-cannabinoid, you'll probably get burnt out. I mean, that's pretty true to the other side of the smoke. And unless you smoke again or drink coffee, and it depends on how much you intake. I guess biology too. Been thinking about trying to take CBD after smoking a few times in a row to see if you can alleviate some of the burnout effects, because I've noticed with anti-cannabinoids basically don't experience burnout. I'm wondering if you can augment that with THC, or with CBD I mean. I'm wondering if you can alleviate symptoms of burnout by taking CBD after consuming THC. If not THC, then a proper anti-cannabinoid, or if not CBD, then a proper anti-cannabinoid. Seems to work. What I've noticed, but I don't even know if it's possible to do that experiment, given the likelihood of this being an anti-cannabinoid anyway. So yeah, you guys can just test it. CBD gives me tinnitus pretty much every time. I don't know what it is about the molecule. I was thinking like there might be some magical strain out there that has a set of cannabinoids that doesn't give me tinnitus. I smoked one strain in France. It's actually pretty popular there to sell CBD hybrid strains, and I didn't get tinnitus, but it might just be due to the fact of giving an anti-cannabinoid alongside whatever I consumed. I'm not sure. I didn't buy any CBD. It's like basically the same price as THC blend. I think you can get an 8 for like $30 or something. Which is pretty expensive considering some people need to take it all day or medicinally. It's one thing I think the United States got right is having CBD be super affordable, available. It's really expensive in Canada if you want to self-medicate with CBD. I don't see why it's not prescribable by physicians and it's covered under insurance or whatever. Yeah, it's read that it's a treatment for schizophrenia at like ridiculously high doses. It's actually kind of sedating. I think I've tried it once, not through by consuming the plants or oil or anything, but felt pretty sedated and kind of out of it. People say it's not psychoactive, but I think if you take like 800 milligrams or something, or 1,000, it's pretty psychoactive. I think that's a pretty ridiculous amount. Most people only take 10 to 20. Actually, I'm not really sure how it's properly dosed on people. But, how it's often sold in gummies anyway around where I was living. They sell 1-to-1 THC CBD oil, suspended in MTC oil. I bought that once from the government store, thinking I could mix it with regular THC oil and try and get a combo. I don't know, just got tinnitus. It's not as fun. I think it's better just to use a small amount of THC than trying to use the competing antagonism or non-active. I guess CBD is antagonism. Well, CBD antagonizes CB1 or CB2 anyway, I don't know where else. It might be active elsewhere in the brain, which is why I guess it's more interesting at those ridiculously high doses. Or binds at other receptor sites besides the cannabinoids. It's a hypothesis. I don't see why, like if you're filling up all the receptor sites at, I don't know, 200 milligrams or something, why would it feel substantially different at 1,000? I think it almost definitely does. Like, I think most molecules bind pretty readily to a lot of these receptor sites. They just have a low affinity and get out-competed, or they just don't bind there. I think as far as, I was trying to research like how they test where in the brain the molecules bind, and it's kind of, I don't know. Pretty sure they just put like a radioactive molecules into the receptor site and see how many it takes to block it or something like that, in relation with the other molecule they're testing, binding there through competition at the receptor site. I don't know where else CBD would bind, but who knows. Yeah, it's pretty structurally similar to THC. I just think THC binds elsewhere in the brain too. Yeah, kind of reminded of like spending time in a mental hospital and people just ripping high potency vape pens like all day long, just consuming a ridiculous amount of THC and not getting very high at all. I wonder how that works. If THC does bind elsewhere in the brain, then it might be a way to block those cannabinoid receptors. I guess it still might bind elsewhere. highly doubt if you smoke these so much if they weren't on the anti-cap donuts. It's kind of the thing, if you don't know you're on them, you just keep smoking because you're paying high. Massive waste. People are spending like $50 a day. I'd take like one day would be like light high and 3 years ago. Usually where I like to chill. I think it's probably getting less of an handicap now, but I'd prefer not to have it. I want to regulate my own endocannabinoid system using THC. Potentially using CBD to alleviate you burnout, but if you don't smoke very much, burnout is basically non-existent. Basically just like feeling tired. Burnout effects. Sweet food here. £5 to £8 for one. Falafel there. And maybe £5 is a good deal for a falafel. I guess it depends on the falafel. Saw another street food sign. I think it was 7 for a large. I was gonna get one, then I went up to see on the order, and someone in front of me had told me the amount of actual falafel or the tofu or bean, whatever it is, was pretty small. So I decided to get a potato salad from Momo's in the park. I catched the price. I thought it was like quintessential British cooking. It was like salty, comfort food, light flavoring. Was it bright? Was the question? Yeah, I think there was some like lemon citrus flavor. Lemon. Okay. I have to navigate. They wanted me to send a shout out to Momo. I also found out that Momo means moment in French. It's a chance, I suppose. Yeah, topic of anti-cannabinoids is definitely underdiscussed as far as I can tell, and probably affects a lot of people. I think it basically ruins the experience of smoking cannabis and definitely changes it. I think there's also a trend of using anti-cannabinoid than using Rexulti, getting some like weird antipsychotic state that kind of resembles like smoking terrible bud. Yeah, I thought about modulating experience, possibly with AR, kind of guided trips. It might be interesting or useful for psychedelic psychotherapy or education, things like that. I think each one of the anti-cannabinoids has its own distinctive field. All of them induce tinnitus to me, all the particular sound associated with them too. It was kind of interesting. Yeah, you can combine them. There's doing some tests between kind of tinnitus thresholds with anti-cannabinoids when the tone shifts between CBZ and whatever the anti-cannabinoid is. I couldn't name any anti-cannabinoids off the top of my head, but there's one common one that was on Wikipedia. I can't remember the name of it. It's a bunch of chlorine in it. And I think there's a few other on Wikipedia. There's probably others that exist involved. You could definitely develop new ones or just weed cannabinoids. I think we could do research into less prevalent cannabinoids and present in the cannabis plant. I found a list online, a bunch. Very interesting. Oil, plants. I think we're just modifying those slightly. Probably find some interesting molecules that might be interesting for medicine and for spirituality. Yeah, think cannabinoids just occur naturally in the plant, and anti-cannabinoids are antagonists that people have made that bind cannabinoid receptors. I guess it's just an arbitrary definition. I guess CBD is, you could call it an anti-cannabinoid, but it's technically cannabinoid. Yeah, you can just quibble with the definitions of what's an antagonist, what's a partial agonist, what's an agonist. Drug interaction, brains, downstream effects after affecting a certain receptor site. Yeah, I guess it kind of circles back to the start of the conversation. Idea of chain reactions and determinisms. Kind of think with the brain as chain reaction. Molecules moving in somewhat linear fashion. I'm sure it's not 100% linear. I'm sure things happen fast, affect different parts of the brain, but as a simple way of understanding it might be a sort of thing of things happening in sequence. Yeah, just returning to the hostel now. Hale for a while, had some tea, and might go to the museum for a couple hours. Not sure what I'll do tonight. Probably won't go out. Probably go to bed early. Get ready to go home tomorrow. So it's Monday today. Had a fairly strange day again. Just feeling pretty sedated and out of it in a lot of ways. Not thinking with words still. And just unsure of when I'll be able to get into that more normal headspace, more normal compared to what I've lived the vast majority of my life like. So I'm hoping that'll come in the near future. Yes, today is the day that the Mental Health Act expires. It's 60 days after I left VJH, so they can no longer apprehend me and take me back to the place. And I don't have to speak to doctors, so that's a plus in my mind as far as freedom and ideally could be a place where I could find out what drugs are in my system. That doesn't seem to be something I want to try to do at this point. So I don't really see the advantage of participating in that system. Just looking at online to see if there was other instances of kind of drug-induced muteness or dumbness documented in medical literature, and I know my queries were bad, but I didn't find that many articles. There were a few that suggested it's happened in the past. There was one that I wasn't able to access because it was behind a paywall, and I couldn't find it through other websites. So I might be able to find it in a few days in Canada. Or not. It had a couple references with regards to drug-induced muteness. I guess the other thing I was looking up was muteness in relation to catatonia as a symptom, catatonia. I don't know if it totally fits the criteria. Catatonia often has rigidness of muscles, and I guess stupor was another word. I can't remember. I think there's a couple other symptoms associated with it. I suppose stillness or inactivity. Just comes down to categorizing things again. I find it to be challenging. There was one point that I thought that was interesting. One of the articles was suggesting that catatonia and muteness might be related to a single chromosome, chromosome 15, in relation to antipsychotic use. So I wonder how much of this is genetic or based in biology. Presumably a causal effect. I guess the only way to get the article would be to email the author. And there's a couple websites where that's possible. Kind of thought about doing that to see if there were other resources with regards to overdose of risperidone and dramatic changes to cognition. One of the authors of the paper that I wasn't able to access was also writing about changes to speech and speech pattern with regards to antipsychotic use. I think it's an interesting area. I think you could probably do it empirically with regards to frequency of speech and even a variety of intonation or change of frequency, pitch, and speech. I find myself in a sort of a flattened state, and it's funny that like flat affect is something that they liken or that's associated to schizophrenia. It's another thing that I think coincides with antipsychotic medication. It's another one of those sort of catch-22s where you administer the medication, you get that effect, and you just claim that it's a symptom of some illness when it's drug-induced. So I think it's, I don't know, bad science. If you can even pretend it's science. I know there's an exception of breath, rainbow voice and breath. There's rainbow woodwind instruments or flutes, and breath and music. I can talk about one symptom I've had on high doses of polyparadigm is that I find myself holding my breath. Like, I guess kind of involuntarily. I'm not sure what mechanism that is or why that happens. Kind of strange. Just got incepted with another thing I was reading about online is the neuroleptic malignant symptom or syndrome. I mean, it's talking about a small portion of the population that has terrible reactions to antipsychotics, and muteness was one of the symptoms, but there was also fever and sweating. Few other symptoms that I don't recall right now, but I guess the strangest thing about that is that they were claiming that 20% of the people that experience that syndrome die. It's kind of amazing. And then apparently you can cut that in half, that mortality rate, by using a dopamine agonist. I kind of doubt that I have that specific syndrome, but it's interesting the crossover of symptoms. It's just genetic predisposition to not be able to tolerate certain medications. I guess as far as tolerance goes, in relation to medication, you can think about dosage. The difference between medication and poison is the quantity or the dosage. I mean, there's certain levels of polyparadigm where I'm able to think and react and feel myself more so. It's definitely feel more lethargic and less able to be creative and think quickly and feel a lot less pleasure in smoking or orgasm or things like that. Even sneezing is a good example, but there's try and think of affordances of certain medications or medication regimes. I think that there are potentially changes to self that you can argue are beneficial. I feel like it's pretty much impossible to be manic or in those states. And, so that could arguably be good in some contexts, but I think that it's unjust, and I definitely choose to be free of those constraints if I had the choice or the option to. Yeah, just on the point of dosage and dosing, just Abilify, which I think is another drug that I've been put on at a small dose to offset some of the sedation associated with paliperidone. And it's interesting, there's sensitivity to that drug, I think largely because of the partial agonism of T2. It's pretty easy to become stressed out and feel, I don't know, almost hyper, and changes to the body as far as leg pain and potentially heart rate or something. That's something I think about. Heart rate reminds me of the neuroleptic malignant syndrome. I think that was another one of the symptoms was increased heart rate and high blood pressure. I think it was high blood pressure. Something about terrible blood pressure associated with that. I think renal failure was another symptom, or why some people died. I might be misremembering that. I don't know why I'm speaking with that out. I was reading about potential treatments for catatonia, and some people suggested GABA agonists, which I thought was fairly interesting. We're trying to locate what the mechanism in the brain is, why neuroleptics can cause catatonia. And one of the theories was it was GABA-termergic, so GABA agonists possibly help. So it's looking up like Nuscamol and close variants. There's one drug that is basically induced but I got a sulfur atom in one of the carbon rings. And the other idea was that it's at D2. So you can think about different ways of augmenting activity at D2. I guess with regards to the GABA problem, one of the treatments was specific benzodiazepine that I hadn't heard of before. Can't remember the name of it, but I think that's an interesting field. I'm kind of like wonder if there is some combination where if I'm over the threshold that I could be able to think again properly, or more like I have in the past. But I think the obvious solution is just to reduce the risperidone. I honestly don't understand why people are insisting on medicating me in this way. It ruins my quality of life, and I find it really sad and depressing. I can't wait for that medication to be reduced, and so I can get on with my life and enjoy language and self. I guess if I'm just like discussing what I think I've been on, I could try and be more overt about it. I think there's been a weird dopamine mechanism happening for, I guess, probably half a year now. Been modifying antipsychotics to create, I guess, less active antipsychotics that probably bind at D2. Might be partial agonists, I guess it depends on the classification, but definitely more, I don't know how to describe it. It's not as devastating a feeling of just having your whole receptor site blocked by something and feeling kind of absolutely empty and sad. So it's one field, and I think there's interesting decisions being made by people as to what is binding to those receptor sites. I think that there's certain ones that I've had in the past, particularly drug 8, that at low doses with polycarbonate abilify is fairly fine. I think it's where I felt most creative and able to be myself, experience emotion, and verbal fluency. I don't really know what I'm on now, because the allegations I'm on 16. I don't really know what it feels like at high doses, so if it is, then I don't really like it. And pretty omnipresent factor in my life over the past couple of months has been levodopa, which has just caused me a lot of distress and sadness. Has no medical reason to be involved in my brain and my bloodstream, and it's just something I wish I didn't have to endure. Something I definitely try and argue against if I was able to discuss it with a healthcare practitioner. I guess one of the most interesting things that's happened this year is developing drug 19, which is basically levodopa, just slightly modified, similar shape, in order to offset some of the uncomfortable feeling on the top of the head that is clearly affecting matter in my brain. By levodopa, mixing those two drugs, you can get rid of that feeling and replace it with a different feeling. I don't know if it's technically safe or anything, but something that works, and I spent probably a month or over a month on that drug in France. Against my will, on levodopa too. It's just unnecessary. As of now, I think I'm on levodopa, but it's at a level where I can't feel that feeling on top of my head, but just to have that general feeling of discomfort in my body and know that I won't experience pleasure if I was to engage in ecstatic activity. I guess we had, antidepressants are another thing that's happened over the past 3 or 4 weeks. Periodically, I haven't been on them consistently, but it's just unnecessary. I think there was, it's calling 21 and 22, I don't know, just because that's in the order they were administered to me. I think one of them was Alexa. I think I just become sweaty and anxious on the drug, and it doesn't help my life. I spend a lot of time feeling not well. I can't remember what 22 is. I think it starts with the B, and it's just I don't know. It doesn't improve the feeling or mood at all. But seem to be present and changes feeling, cognition, I guess. They're asking me what I need. I think I need a reduction in antipsychotic so that I'm able to function and actually flourish in life instead of wandering around in a depressed manner without arm swing. Just not thinking quickly and possibly succumbing to being written at times as a resort to just being absent. I think one of the saddest parts is that it's verifiable that if you do reduce the risperidone to a level where at the threshold I'll be able to speak and respond as myself and have a discussion about treatment options. Just nobody's been willing over the past couple of weeks. There were a couple times where I was able to have discussions, but get like a minute or two, then they just put me under again and turn me off. It's been a really sad experience, and it definitely ruined my trip. I mean, the first couple months just spending on 19 or risperidone and level 2 really sucked too. I pretty much drank every night, and I wouldn't really get drunk, and then it's smoke and I don't really feel pleasure from smoking, and to wake up and I wouldn't have a hangover, which is a cool positive, I guess, but it's just not an experience that I would choose for myself. More recently, it's just been dealing with this kind of zombie state. Longest I've been in this kind of blank-minded, absent-minded state in years. I can't remember the last time, but since dealing with psychiatry, I guess would be the first probably paradigm doses that I had.
Enjoy it.
The question was, what can I take instead? I don't think there necessarily has to be anything. There's no symptoms that they're trying to treat. It just seems to be trying to target me for whatever reason, based on allegations of whatever. But I think that just a reduction would make my life better. I don't tolerate antipsychotics well. You could probably just do a low dose of any one of those antipsychotics. My life would be better. They all feel terrible. Basically got used to low dose paradigm at about 5, so I'd be okay with that for the meantime. And I would try and advocate for a reduction. It's definitely not necessary. There's no justification, reasonable justification for it that's been explained to me. I would bet a ridiculous sum of money. I would bet everything I own that I have polyparadigm in my system. Not from an LAI, but higher than that. Already. There's a high probability that it's just paradigm. It's possible that it's another antipsychotic. I'm very sure there's been risperidone in the past week. Probably is now, but I can't necessarily discern it. It's difficult. I spend hundreds or possibly even thousands of hours guessing droid states, trying to get a hang of what certain drugs feel like in different combinations. I'm not terribly familiar with this dopamine agonism combination, so it's difficult to know what's being changed, and there hasn't been a lot of changes really, so it's difficult to always know what's being administered. It's educated guesses. I've felt through them before. Yeah, I don't know. It's guessing, and sometimes there's feedback to the guess, so kind of learn what things are. Just try and find a state where I can feel more able to think clearly and speak clearly. My goal is to find states that mimic what I remember about reality. This certainly isn't one of them. I wouldn't choose this state at all. I give this a thumbs down. I would get rid of levodopa. I would switch 16 for 8. I would take away risperidone. I think I wouldn't have very many side effects, and I think I'd be in a way better state and be able to function. I don't know if there's any indirect dopamine agonism. There's presumably something. I drink, I don't know, a liter and a half of cider or something. Might be the only agonism. It's pretty frequently being psychedelics. But at level 2, feel better if there's indirect dopamine agonism. I think I'm able to speak and be in a positive mood. But you don't have to use very much, and you can easily reduce each one and probably pare down or abilify and get a more lively state. Lively in terms of just in relation to sleep states, or mindlessness or sedation. The question is psychosis mindless? I'm not sure what psychosis is at this point. I haven't heard adequate definitions of it, but I don't think so. I think it's probably just a reflection of self and people's fears erupting into delusion or misapprehension of reality. I think people confuse simulated self with psychosis and conflate the two and pretend that because people are being written that's psychotic and that deserves antipsychotic medication. I don't know what kind of fucked up system that is, or just punishing victims. But I think it also is wrong assuming that higher antipsychotics make people less able to be simulated. I don't think that's true either. So. Yeah, they might be less likely to speak, but I don't see why they have to fucking code every speech process, not just let people be themselves like they were for hundreds of thousands of years or millions of years or whatever. Would I sue the drug administrators if I could? I don't know, I could use cash flow. I think they've ruined my life in a lot of ways, diminished my potential, caused me physical ailments that might last for the rest of my life. If they had the courage to reveal themselves and admit what they've done, and I could afford a lawyer, then maybe. I don't think I have Parkinson's disease. I think I've experienced some tremors that have probably been worsened by the drug combinations I've been on. But I think it's a genetic condition that's not necessarily Parkinson's. Probably you don't want Parkinson's. You almost definitely don't want Parkinson's. It's definitely a sad thing. Think about drug-induced catatonia, drug-induced Parkinson's is a terrible ailment that's super real. It's something I've observed in the psych ward with other patients. And it deteriorates the brain and gets progressively worse. I'm relatively young. I hope that can get out of this drug regime before my brain deteriorates to a state where they require dopamine agonism or other drugs to start shaking or something like that. So maybe, I don't know what else to say. I just like went back to the hostel, went to the washroom, grabbed another cider, and I'm just gonna stroll around. Remember the last thing I mentioned was to think about Parkinsonian symptoms. Might be able to try and relate something to that. I guess seems to be like a lot of myth around what might cause Parkinsonian symptoms. I've been trying to advocate for low-dose antipsychotics where the receptor sites aren't completely filled by antagonists or partial agonists. I think that it might be the healthier state. It's definitely the states that feel more natural and able to think in a state that's more, in a way that's more like I had before. Some people have had a hypothesis that that might lead to Parkinsonian symptoms. I don't think there's any evidence for that. I haven't seen any evidence or experience in my own life. First time I experienced any sort of Parkinsonian or Parkinson-like symptoms is after receiving polypyrrole long-acting injection. My tongue was shaking. I felt as if I needed to put my tongue to the roof of my mouth at all times, stop it from doing what I was doing. And I think it's more likely that it's high doses that are likely to cause Parkinsonian symptoms than low doses. I guess another myth is that indirect dopamine agonism, use of MDMA or psilocybin in conjunction with antipsychotics might increase the likelihood of having Parkinsonian symptoms. I think that one's more plausible, but not necessarily proven by any means. It's kind of a nightly proven period. And the reason why I think it might be plausible is I have a hypothesis that overloading receptor sites and basically just postulating that that might be harmful to the brain. Possibly leading to Parkinson's. I wonder about cocktails too, and if you're having more molecules binding on the same receptor sites is more likely to cause death of the synapses or problems leading to Parkinsonian symptoms, or maybe it's healthier. It's probably be interesting to find out in the future. Just kind of imagining a single receptor site trying to bind to a bunch of different shapes. So would that be more healthy or less healthy? My hypothesis is that it would be less, just because it would kind of possibly stretch out the site or something. Is that how it works? Or and then magnetism, or the fuck it is. I don't really understand it properly, but like maybe it's maybe it keeps it lively. I don't know, I didn't enjoy the last sentence particularly. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm pretty dazed right now, but probably not. Like, I wonder about, I think it's probably not healthy to have a lot of different drugs at the same receptor sites. Like, I wonder how many drugs are binding to D2 in my brain right now.
Okay.
It should be interesting to see. In mainstream psychiatry, I think it's generally fairly rare to be on several antipsychotics at the same time. Definitely an agonist too. As far as I can tell from patients I've met, maybe I'm just in a style where I grew up. You mentioned yesterday, I think it's Meyer's hypothesis, that antipsychotics are bad for the brain, leading to loss in gray matter and loss of potential. I don't know if the discussion should center around physiological aspect. I think my biggest problem with it is just effects of the psyche, just not being able to be yourself. That's what I think is torture. It's not only effects to the brain as one organ, but to a lot of different other parts of the body. I guess they're affecting the brain. I'm gonna see if I can just pause this with my headphone. It's probably gonna be dead right here. I can pause it, but I can't resume it. I guess one point that came to mind, the acceptance hide it. I was thinking about levodopa, drug 19, and being able to offset some of the feelings of levodopa by using something that might bind in the same region. 16 also functions in a similar manner. I wonder if it just outcompetes levodopa, and levodopa isn't necessary at all in that sense, so a lot of it's being wasted. It's a hypothesis. I'm not sure why I get the feeling on top of my head. I've had a couple ideas as to why that region in my brain might have that feeling that is super undesirable. One of them might be brain trauma from concussions when I was younger. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's possible. I think it might be just genetic or something else too, I suppose. I've got the defense against whether or not I'm schizophrenic kind of down pat at this point. Just my reputation is based on the classifications of the DSM-4 or 5. I don't think I have disorganized speech. I don't think I have hallucinations. I don't have delusions. I don't have ghosts. Body movements, so I don't think I meet the criteria for schizophrenia, and any negative symptoms that I've experienced I think are drug-induced. I think I have a condition called being human, and I think that I occasionally experience anxiety based on strange events happening in your life, and it's generally it. I don't think I have any real problems because of experiencing concussions. I think weeks after experiencing concussions when I was younger, I had side effects, but I think my brain's pretty much healed. I don't think it causes any sort of anger issues or anything like that. I know that's something that's often claimed to be the cause from people that have experienced concussions. I don't know how well founded that science is. I haven't researched it that much. I think it might be associated with people that are more likely to engage in activities where they might engage in concussions too. or might experience concussions. People with personalities where they're putting their body at risk might be more likely to be angry individuals. I don't think I'm angry right now. I think I'm annoyed at being poisoned and experiencing these muscle convulsions and just prospecting my future. A meme that's been going on for months, several months. It's a substitution of frustration and annoyance. I think that authoritarian personalities are things that can be corrected through culture. I don't like authoritarian measure. I think that dealing with situations that appear to be fascist is pretty frustrating, and I guess it comes down to what can be done with regards to a situation where there are people acting like fascists. And I suppose the ideal is dialogue and working towards reasonable solutions. Barring that, we can discuss whether action, but I think that ideally resolution can be had through dialogue and reason. The question is, would reason say that I'm a schizophrenic person or a person with schizophrenia? I guess it depends on what information you're using to make that judgment, and how much you know about the world. It kind of comes back to that discussion about what constitutes delusion, and if it comes down to majority of opinion based on people that watch daytime TV and have, grade 9 science, then maybe, but should those people's opinions really dictate whether or not I'm able to live a free life? Maybe that's kind of like typecasting what majority of opinion is, and I guess it was kind of being tongue-in-cheek, but I mean, I don't know who should be making decisions of what's a delusion. Maybe it should be expert opinion, but whatever. And then it mentioned typecasting, but like an anecdote on the fences near the British Museum, there's kind of points on the end of the bars that line the fence, and it reminded me of a spear. Then there's a meme from or a line from the animated TV show Archer, where Searle says, "Spear Chucker Jones." I mean, I liked it as just a hanging signifier of typecasting certain people into certain characters. I wonder how many people fall into that. Thought it was thinking about it in relation to writing brains and just having cliches of people and cliches of self become a triumph over what we're being there otherwise. So kind of like a diary entry or journal entry, just a memory yesterday. Sitting on I guess I was standing in a group on the sidewalk around midnight, and actually I don't really know how to explain it. It's probably not going to be a great story, but basically the wind started blowing, and it started raining. It's an interesting feeling. Just wondering about directing rain, I guess, but I don't know if that should be noted or not. And went inside and checked the weather, and it said it was going to be raining all week, and I was getting sketched out, thinking I have to walk to the train station in the morning in a couple of days. Is my computer going to get wet? I said, yeah, I got to buy an umbrella. And the other person in the room said, you can catch a bus. And so I take the bus. And eventually I left to go to the room, and I checked my pockets, and I couldn't find the key card. So in my state, it was like, maybe I left it outside. Knowing that it wouldn't be outside, I crossed the street and looked at the ground, and there were autumn leaves soaked and plastered to the sidewalk, and it was kind of a nice moment. I checked my pocket, and the key card was in my pocket. It basically hasn't rained today, as far as I can tell. Rain's here, so maybe the forecast was wrong, or I don't know what happened. And then just to try and explain myself as far as steering rain or things, I think it's possible to add energy just to move the height of clouds and create precipitation in certain areas. I was wondering where it might be beneficial to put rain in the UK for crops or for trees or whatever else. I know that it's been a fairly dry summer, really dry summer. It's interesting to see it rain, and it's refreshing. I don't really have anything to say about witchcraft, but I remember it crossed my mind yesterday just in relation to my brief foray onto Wikipedia, looking at laws and finding out there's history of British law with regards to magic, or people engaging in magical practice or claiming they engage in magical practice. I don't think magic really exists, but there's that quote, like, any technology that you don't understand seems like magic. I butchered the quote, but